ready to party? We're
I'm
partying.
ready to
Let's go.
party. I'm ready to party. Yeah, I'm ready to talk about
I'm
Mulholland Drive. I'm ready to be back on stream, back on the horse,
back in the saddle again.
back in the saddle again. Yeah. And here we are. Look at that. We're live. We're alive and we're live, and it's good to be both. Hello, fine people in the chat. Welcome to another Sunday stream. We're back.
We're back,
Finally.
bigger than
We
ever.
took bigger than ever. We took an unintended hiatus of a couple weeks there just because it was too many IRL things got in the way. And Sunday is really the only day between our schedules that we have to stream. So if things come up, well, so it
Shit.
goes. But anyway,
How are you
thanks
doing
for
this fine
thanks for
Sunday,
being
Jamie?
Oh, I'm doing great. I was just going to thank the fine people for being patient with us since we've been gone for a little while. But yes, we are back, and I am doing pretty well this Sunday. Um, I'm doing pretty well in the NCAA bracket tournament challenge
Oh,
thing. I'm currently in first place in my little family group, and if Florida wins, then I win the whole thing, and that's nice
that's
because
very good. I am currently
there's
not.
some money
Um,
involved.
I picked the Terrapins because I'm a loyal Marylander,
Well, that's
and
nice of you, but there was no way they
there was
were
no
ever
way.
going to beat Florida.
No, not after that game. No.
No,
Um,
no.
But I allowed myself to believe when UConn, took Florida to the last minute. And speaking of sports, I currently am waiting on at 12:30 today. The Washington Capitals are playing the New York Islanders, and Alexander Ovechkin has a chance. If he scores one more goal, he will have set the new all-time goals record for the history of the NHL. And I'm very excited to
That is pretty exciting.
watch that
It's
happen. I've
exciting
got
stuff.
a single shot of Slivovitz poured out in preparation. When it happens, which I do firmly believe it will. It's interesting too because this is the one of the only goalies that he's never scored against is
So that's
playing for the
poetic.
Islanders. So that would be pretty impressive if he manages to finally put one past him, and it's the record breaker.
That would be pretty hip.
Yeah.
How are
So
you fine people doing in the chat? I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. We already have a super chat, which is very kind. Hostman's Lounge says, "My local theater played this a few days after Lynch died. It lives rent free in my head." It certainly does. This is a
it
movie
is a movie
with
that lends
many.
itself to that, I would say.
Oh, it certainly does. Yes. But there are certainly images and moments and sequences from this movie that linger in my head. I was very happy to rewatch it again last night in preparation for this stream. Hugh, tell us a little bit about why we're talking about it today.
In remembrance of the late great David Lynch, a hell of a guy, a very interesting director. This is my favorite of his movies that I've seen. I haven't seen all of them, but of the ones I've seen, this is my favorite of them. It was one of the first that I watched after discovering Twin Peaks for the first time, and I
Mm.
have a fun like love hate, or I had a love hate relationship with it for a little bit because the first time I watched it, I did not like it. I came away from it confused and angry, and I was very upset by my experience with the movie. I was like, wow, that felt like a waste of time. And then I started digging into it because I always like to know why people like things. What it is about these movies like this in particular that draws people to them. And as I started digging into it, I started putting some pieces together based on what he was saying, the precious little that he talks about what happens in this movie. Based
Yeah.
on that, I decided to give it another shot, through a different lens. And then on the second watch through, with a notebook and a pen firmly in hand, I took copious notes during my second viewing, and I came away from it thinking it was one of the best things I'd ever experienced. I had a really, really great time with it the second time. I think figuring out the puzzle that it presents and kind of diving into what it's accomplishing is a very rewarding experience, and so I've been very happy to revisit it in the lead up to this. The Alamo Drafthouse Cinema in Washington, D.C. was playing it, and I was in town for the Peak Bloom, and so my girlfriend and I went to see it. I had
The
not
cherry
managed to
blossom
get,
bloom. Is that what you mean?
yes, the cherry blossom peak bloom, which was a
Oh yeah.
nightmare, but very pretty, a
Oh.
very pretty nightmare, much like this actually.
Like much of that's,
So it kind of
it's
all ties
poetic.
together. It's like
Yeah.
poetry; it rhymes. Um, yeah, and I took my girlfriend to see it at the Alamo. I had not managed to get her to sit down to watch it yet, and so she was coming in. I had not told her anything about it. She came in with very fresh eyes, and we think we came away from it. It kind of saved our afternoon because it had been kind of a difficult
Kind of a
trek
nightmare. Yeah.
down to DC. I don't know if you saw the stat. 500,000 people on that Saturday that we were there rode the trains in alone on that one day. 500,000 people
That's a lot.
is a lot of people all in one
That's a lot.
concentrated area. But yeah, so I've only come to solidify the fact that I think I have this movie figured out, and I'm pretty sure everybody else who says that they don't is just wrong. But no,
Wait,
we'll talk.
everyone who says they don't understand it is wrong?
Yes,
Is that what you said?
yeah, that's what I said. You're wrong for not understanding it. No,
Oh,
obviously
okay.
I'm joking, being a little facetious here. But yeah, no, I the more I watch it, the more I'm convinced that I'm very excited to talk about the story that is being told here because I think it's a pretty masterful one. So
Yeah. So, yeah. Well, before we talk about the movie, I just want to talk a little bit about David Lynch because, because he just passed away recently, and he was quite an impressive figure in the world of filmmaking, and I just wanted to appreciate him a little bit because though there are some things he's made that I'm actually not too fond of, I've always loved him as a person. I mean, or what I gather from him as a person from interviews and from there's a little image on the screen right now that comes from his daily weather reports that he did for a while. He's just an unbelievably interesting, wholesome, unironic figure. I think there's a lot of people who've been very much influenced by his work who don't necessarily take on board the earnestness with which David Lynch approaches all his work. You know what I mean?
yeah,
There's a certain wholesome, earnest attitude he has. He's not being ironic. He's not being facetious with a lot of things. Like there's a lot of genuine emotion, genuine interest in certain ideas and images and things that come through in his work. I am a big fan of quite a bit of his work. I love Blue Velvet. Blue Velvet is my personal favorite of his body of work. I like Mulholland Drive too, and we'll talk about it. But Blue Velvet, I think, is his most successful film. It's also his most approachable for the average person who isn't looking for one of the weirder experiences of their life, wants a little
yes.
taste of weird. I think Blue Velvet's his most approachable and straightforward, streamlined, successful movie. I'm
Apart
also
from the
quite
Straight Story, which have you seen that one?
yeah, I have seen that one.
Okay,
It's
yeah, I would say that one's definitely, like, objectively speaking, the most approachable, but maybe
well,
not the.
yeah, but it doesn't really feel like one of his movies.
Yeah,
Is the thing. There's a little bit. I watched it, and there's a little bit of his style in it, but mostly you wouldn't know if you weren't told, essentially, that this is a David Lynch film. Anyway, A Straight Story is a very interesting side note to his career, I would say. But yes, I'm also a big fan of Twin Peaks. The first two seasons, I have very, very
yeah,
mixed
we
feelings
have to
about Twin
qualify
Peaks: The
that for
Return.
sure.
Yeah,
I'm in the same boat as you on
Yeah,
that one.
we'll talk about Twin Peaks: The Return and Twin Peaks in detail some other day. Um, but yes, he's a fascinating filmmaker. Very, what would you say? Well, just wholeheartedly original. There's no one
Yes.
like him. Many imitators, few who've managed to capture just the breadth of things that make him unique and interesting. We'll talk all those are all on full display here in Mulholland Drive, so we'll talk all about it. But I just wanted to say rest in peace, David Lynch. Thank you for being
Thanks for being a real one.
For a real one. God, there are so many good memes to come out of him. There's someone mentioned it already that his favorite, yeah, as Kevo said, my favorite Lynch work is him telling the George Lucas story. That's a great one. Him telling the story of how he was approached by George Lucas to direct The Return of the Jedi. And you've heard that story,
No,
right?
I don't think I have. I might have, but I'm
Okay.
not. I'm drawing a blank on it right now.
The short version is George Lucas brings him to Skywalker Ranch to, approach him about possibly directing The Return of the Jedi. And the longer George Lucas tells him about, Wookiees and Ewoks and all this stuff, he's like, I just had this horrible migraine.
Oh,
Like, it
right.
was
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
like causing him physical pain. The idea of directing a Star Wars movie was causing him physical pain. There's a really great moment in that where it's like when we went to a restaurant, and it's not that I don't like salad, but all they had was salad. Um, it's great. One of my other favorite David Lynch isms is when he's talking about Mad Men. He's like, I love Mad Men. I just want to live in that world. You know,
Yeah.
there's just a lot of great memes to come out of him, and I appreciate him and all that he did for filmmaking. So I suppose we could talk about Mulholland Drive now.
Yeah, actually, real quick, I wanted to respond to Kyle R in the chat, who said he dropped The Return once he realized it was going to be Inland Empire 2. That he agrees he's best when his abstractions are given context and serve a concrete narrative. I agree with that statement, actually. I think that's correct.
Wholeheartedly agree. I think
Sorry,
that's what makes Blue Velvet and Twin Peaks for me his strongest work. The first two seasons of Twin Peaks,
yeah.
because there's a lot of abstract, idiosyncratic, strange things, but there's something very at the base, at the foundation, that's concrete, it's understandable. There's like real people having a real human story, and so it ties it all together. Especially in Blue Velvet. Blue Velvet is a very simple story. You'd be hard pressed to not understand Blue Velvet. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And funnily enough, I was going to say that the end of The Return kind of soured me pretty hard, because to me it felt very much like just sort of repeating the same trick that happens in the third act of this film, of Mulholland Drive, where he kind of pulls the rug out from underneath you and makes you start to question what bits of what you just watched were reality or
hmm
weren't reality, what was a dream and what wasn't, and all of that. And it felt kind of like just doing that again. But whereas in this film, I enjoy that because it's only two acts of a movie, and the third act of the movie is sort of giving you all of the pieces that you need to put that puzzle together, I would say. In The Return, it's more like 16 hours and then 2 hours trying to rush in to give you all of those pieces, and that really felt like a long,
Oh, it's even worse than
monotonous waste of
16
time.
hours because it's the culmination of three
Three
seasons of
seasons of
television.
television, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's even worse because it's I watched all of Twin Peaks, the first two seasons, the original run, again in preparation for The Return. And each one of those episodes is close to an hour, 45, 50 minutes long. And so
Sure.
it felt very much like, actually maybe more like over 50 hours and then 2 hours of just like, hey, guess what? None of that was real. And that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. It
Oh,
felt a
I
little bit
hated
like a
it.
cop
I
out.
abs I absolutely detested the end of Twin Peaks: The Return. But hey, the duality of man, as it's been mentioned in chat, quite high highs and quite low lows with David Lynch. But today we're going to talk about the highs. I think so. This is only the second time I've seen Mulholland Drive. I saw it in film school. We actually watched it in one of the film classes I had. Um, in a dark room in the middle of the day, and it was a little too warm in the room, so it was very tempting to fall asleep. I did not. Similar to you, I did not really enjoy it the first time. I felt it was opaque for the sake of being opaque. And now, after, I've talked to you about it many times because you were quite fond of it and I didn't quite understand why, but you told me a little bit about it. And then I watched it again and I like it a lot more this time. I still think maybe it's not his best. I think Blue Velvet is easily his best, but I enjoyed it a lot more this time, and I'm excited to talk about it because there's a lot of interesting things happening here. And I think the story is actually quite interesting, even if it is a little bit confusing for the sake of being a puzzle, which I don't love, but I think it is quite successful in how what the illusion, the dream, the stuff that isn't real, and how that connects with what actually is real is actually quite meaningful in a
Yeah.
way that I think a lesser movie would not be. So I'm excited to talk about it. Though, that said, even on a first watch, there are sequences in this movie that I absolutely adored, even if I didn't understand how they fit into the whole at all.
there
One of them,
there's a lot of
we're
fun to
gonna,
be had, I would say.
yes, we're gonna talk about them as we go through, I suppose.
Yeah, that was
Um,
one of my favorite things about this most recent experience is because I didn't get to see. I watched this the first time on the couch, like on HBO on the couch with my dad, and we were trying to like we were like, yeah, let's add it's on, it's free. Let's. I've heard a lot about David Lynch. Let's go through it, and that then sitting down with to sort of study it and try to work it out gave me a different perspective. But this was the first time that I got to see it in a theater with quite a few people who seemed to have never seen it before. And I think
mhm.
one of the things that goes sort of underappreciated about it in a lot of discussions about Mulholland Drive is that it is really funny. It
It
is
is
a
funny, yeah.
really funny movie, especially in the first half. It
Yes.
it has a lot of very like, really
Well, the
interesting
whole
little
Billy
things.
Ray Cyrus sequence is pretty
This
hilarious.
might be this is undoubtedly my favorite Billy Ray Cyrus film of all time. But
Well, I don't
could it
even know
be
what
the
else is in
best? I
consideration.
would say yes. I think it is Billy Ray Cyrus's ultimate achievement in cinema.
Hey,
So well, let's
you
talk
can do a
about
lot
it.
worse. Sure, you lead the way.
All right. Well, I feel like I kind of want to open up with the i
Well,
the
so
idea of it, right?
before we go into too much about it, I think this is an easy recommendation if you have not seen it before.
Yes, I
Um,
agree. Like,
we are going to spoil the movie, and I think it is worth watching, even if you're someone who might assume that they will be frustrated by how surreal and abstract and opaque the movie is in many respects. Give it a shot, watch it all the way through, because by the end, it does tie a lot of those things that you had no idea why they were relevant. When you
yeah,
first in the first half of the movie, you're like, "Why? What the hell am I watching? What is this?" By the end, it does tie them all together. We'll talk about how successfully, but this is an easy recommendation. If you have not seen Mulholland Drive, go check it out. We're gonna spoil it, but it might be the kind of thing that even if we spoil it, we can't actually spoil the experience of watching it because it's just so unique
unique. Yeah.
and out there. So either way, you should go watch it. All right, go ahead,
Well, yeah.
Hugh.
Let's begin. So first, I want to talk a little bit about the conceptualization of it, how it sort of came to be. So I don't know if you're aware of this, but it was originally shot. I think actually a good portion of the footage from the beginning of the movie was shot as a pilot for
Hmm.
a TV show with Naomi Watts. Like the practically unchanged from what I understand. This was shot as a pilot for what would have been originally a spin-off of Twin Peaks is what he describes it as. He was going to have a spin-off of Twin Peaks called Mulholland Drive, and then after Twin Peaks kind of fell, the ratings fell and the cancellation came through. That didn't pan out, and so then ABC approached him and said, "Why don't you make a new TV show called Mulholland Drive, like that idea you had a little while ago?" And so he put it together, and they brought the pilot to ABC. And to hear David Lynch tell it, the ABC executive who had ordered the pilot watched the footage unfinished. They hadn't filmed the ending yet, but they had a deadline, so they sent it off. And he watched the footage at 6 a.m. over coffee and breakfast, talking and getting his meetings for the day in order with it on a small screen, 15, 20 feet away from him. and he didn't care for it, so they did not order the show, and it kind of fell apart.
So
Uh,
there's so much of his hatred of watching things on a phone in that.
yeah.
It's been referenced a few times in chat, but like, you think you could get the experience on a phone? Get real. Uh, it's so good. Anyway,
Yeah.
continue.
Yeah, no, so
Wait,
he
so okay, so question.
yeah.
Because obviously seen this whole movie. How much of this movie was in that pilot? Like, was the
All of it.
vision?
All of the first pretty much most of the first two acts is the footage from the pilot, from what I
Okay,
understand.
so here's my question. Was it always the plan to have that everything you see in the first two acts essentially be a dream illusion, and then in the last third or whatever, like, how would that work as a TV show? Like, how far would he stretch it before going, actually, by the way, this is all kind of a fantasy, and here's what actually happened?
So personally, I am inclined to think that had it become a TV show, it would have sort of been like what The Return ended up being, and I
Hmm.
probably would hate it for doing what it did. I think that now he did not have an ending in mind. To hear him tell it, and he doesn't speak very like clearly about it. He doesn't want to really like he doesn't want to say how the TV show would have ended, probably because he wasn't aware, right? So they shot the pilot. It was meant to be a mystery and to sort of be open ended in order to continue the story as sort of like how Twin Peaks works, right? Like it's going to just
Yeah.
kind of ramble on in this strange dreamlike world for a while. And I think we've talked before about how the original idea behind Twin Peaks was to never solve the mystery of who killed Laura Palmer. It was just sort of going to spiral continuously out of control, and become this like twisted, downward spiral into like
More,
mania kind of thing,
yeah,
right?
more
Like,
about how that sort of crime, and especially the lack of an answer, would have an effect on this town, on this community, right? You know
yeah,
what I mean? It's less about ever actually getting an answer to it than it is the effect of not getting an answer. A little like Zodiac to
yeah,
a degree.
yeah, or I mean, a little bit like how In Cold Blood tackles that problem.
Oh God,
Yeah,
yes. God, I love In Cold Blood so much. It's my favorite book of all time.
yeah.
No,
So
but I was thinking about that when you said it, because In Cold Blood is like, really takes a look at how a crime like that can just destroy a community. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And
yeah.
that's, anyway, go ahead.
So from to hear him talk about it, what he says essentially is that they were a little surprised that the pilot didn't get ordered, but they didn't have much of a direction moving forward after it was basically shut down immediately by ABC, and so
Yeah.
they went to Studio Canal in Paris and tried to get some funding to turn it into a feature, and they were like, hey, we really just need to shoot the third act, right?
Yeah.
We've got enough material here, so we can make it work, and they got the contract ready, but by that point they'd thrown the props back into the stream. They'd destroyed the sets. They'd gotten rid of everything, just and moved on. It took about a
Yeah.
year and a half to get everything, back up and running. And with a few weeks to go, they finally get a green light from the studio saying like, "Yeah, go ahead, make it, finish it as a feature." And so he went and did a transcendental meditation. He was a big fan of doing those kinds of things, those rituals,
Yeah.
and he talks about having had zero ideas, and then he kind of just locked himself in a dark room and did his ritual and came out and drafted a third act. He called it like a string of pearls. An idea came one after another, and he concluded the story in that third act, using the
Interesting.
information that he had. So I think that
That Okay, because that tracks, because it does feel like the final act of this movie, it's a bit more cynical and tragic in a way that, like, you might think it's influenced by all of his frustrations
yes,
with television, you know what I mean? that it takes everything that happened in the first two acts and says like, oh, that was all kind of a fantasy dream. I am impressed if he shot all of that ahead of time, kind of not knowing how it's stitched together, and then when pressed to turn it into a feature, went into a dark room and came up with the third act and found a way of stitching all those things together into something as meaningful as this is. I That's incredibly impressive.
That is how he describes it. So I'm inclined to believe him on that. That yeah, that's how
Because
the film
that's
ended up coming to fruition, and I think that
yeah,
that's
that's an
really
interesting
impressive,
thing
right? Like
about him. I feel like he'll sort of follow an image or something, even if he doesn't know where it goes or like what it means. Like you definitely get that vibe in like the first two seasons of Twin Peaks. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And it's like because we set up a lot of things like the owls and all this sort of imagery, which is fascinating, but you're not quite sure what it all means. I mean, you can run wild thinking about it, but and that's if that's how this started, as like a sprawling sort of TV show with a lot of interesting with the central mystery and a lot of weird surreal imagery. And then when he had to come up with a final act to tie it all together, he actually did tie it all together.
yeah.
Which is something he has not done in some of his other projects. I'm looking at you, Twin Peaks: The Return.
Yeah, well, it's
Um,
interesting because when I talk to people who really do like Twin Peaks: The Return, or who are like huge fans, a guy that I used to work with actually is one of the defenders of it. Usually, the response that they give is like, "Oh, well, it's about his frustrations with television and with the 25-year gap and everything like that." And I'm like, "Yeah, but he achieved that better in earlier movies and in a
yeah,
more succinct and meaningful way." So I
yeah.
don't. It just feels kind of like a hollow imitation by the time we get to Twin Peaks: The Return, like and a very stretched out hollow imitation. So
Yeah.
I don't know that's kind of where my frustration comes from with Twin Peaks: The
Yeah.
Return is because
Well,
this
for
is
me,
that
yeah.
this is the same story, but concluded in a way that makes more sense and ties it together
That actually
thematically.
concluded, I would
Yeah.
say. It actually came to a conclusion. I'm in knowing that, which I did not know before. I think the final act of this movie is all the more impressive because he manages to stitch some truly disparate things together here. There's a couple little details that you've thought about this more than I have, so maybe you can tell me. There's a couple things that feel maybe a little extraneous still, but we'll talk about it.
I think that's
So
true actually. On this rewatch there were a few things that kind of stood out to me as, especially knowing that kind of stood out at, sort of like there was some it was going to go somewhere in a 22 episode order, right?
yeah,
And it just sort of doesn't gel perfectly with everything, but there is a way that you can sort of interpret it and maybe like do a little bit of a backbend to sort of work
yeah.
it into how he concludes it in the third act. It takes a little
Still
bit
an
more. Yeah.
admirable job, I would say.
Yes, I strongly agree. So the next thing that I wanted to mention is I think it's good to know this before going in because when you go and like my experience with it when I wasn't quite sure what I was watching the first time I saw it, um, I was very like I said I was confused and I was quite angry. I was like, what the fuck, David? Come on. Um, but no, I think if you know what to look for, everything sort of ties together very well right from minute one. I think you can kind of understand like it makes the experience a little richer, and you really get to sort of like dive into it, right? Now, going in blind is always a good idea, but I'm gonna just give the sort of spoiler about what the structure of the movie. Um, the first two acts, I think the most common interpretation, this is the one that I tend to go with. The first two acts are a fantasy dream world constructed by the main character of the third act, who is
Yeah.
in essentially like in her own little crime and punishment sort of psychological torture of herself. And so this early part is her constructing a fantasy of what life could have been like and how perfect everything could have been before at the the Club Silencio scene,
Yeah.
reality and her own consciousness sort of kicks into overdrive to sort of wake her up and be like, no, you've really messed up here now. Like this, you've done something quite evil, and you're gonna have to face the reality. You're gonna have to face the music, and then that's how the conclusion goes. So knowing that going in, I think makes it a much more enriching thing to watch, and it is a lot of fun to sort of dive into all of the symbols and the characters and everything that he's the dreamlike logic that he's using in the first half of the movie to sort of
Yeah.
piece together what the story is. And then once you get to the really interesting dreamlike cutting of reality in the third act, because things are very fevered and out of order in that third act, they're still not quite reliable. It's not like a firm stamp on reality, but once you get into that, you can kind of see where everything from the first two bits came from and really stitch it together in a fun kind of spiral puzzle kind of way. So
Yeah.
I want to just make that clear before we go. And so it opens with a dance number.
Wait, so okay, did you want to talk about what the overall story is with any more specificity before we go through chronologically, or do you just want to jump in
Do you think we
chronologically?
should, or should we jump in chronologically and then like tackle it at the end?
It's complicated because this is an odd story to talk about. It's hard to know how to approach it. So I just want to put a little bit more meat on the bones of what you just said. Um, Basically, we're dealing with someone, Naomi Watts' character, who goes by different names in the movie, but I think her real name is Diane. Is that right?
Diane Selwyn, yeah. The real
Yes.
character is Diane Selwyn, who we'll just Diane came to Hollywood at an actress, a young actress. She won a jitterbug contest in her hometown in Montana. So she's a small town girl who came to Hollywood to.
Wait. Is she from Montana? Because doesn't she say Deep River, Ontario, or is
Oh,
that the fake
is
character?
that where she comes? I could have sworn maybe she says Ontario at the dinner party too. I could have sworn I get it confused sometimes with which, because she says Deep River, Ontario at the beginning, right? Like because her aunt is
Yes.
in, yeah. And then she might say Deep River, Ontario later on too. Either way, she comes from a small town, a small rural town, and she wins a jitterbug contest to become come to Hollywood and be on screen. She tries to make it as an actress and it doesn't go very well for her. She's not particularly talented. She's a little bit shy. She's not very outspoken, and she's kind of hiding from who she really is, which is she's gay in a time where that was not as common, especially in show business. Um, and it just doesn't quite work out for her. And she makes a friend named Camilla who has something that people, that just makes her more popular. The director is much more, the
Taken by
director's,
her. Yeah.
yeah, is smitten by her, and he kind of gives her all the parts, and Camilla tries to help her out a little bit. They end up forming a romantic relationship, but Camilla's not 100% in the way Diane is, and she's
Yeah.
keeping her options open more. And so Camilla gets Diane some parts, but then pretty much all of a sudden, she starts really, her career starts taking off, and she, falls in love with or she, sleeps her way up through the ranks of Hollywood with the director.
Yeah.
And she basically casts Diane off, and Diane becomes very embittered and angry, and everything
Yes,
starts to go wrong.
because that Camilla gets what she thinks she deserves and what she
Yes.
really wants, and because she's in love with her because she's beautiful and all that sort of stuff like that. But and she just kind of cast her aside, and she didn't obviously really care about her as much. So she's
Yeah.
horribly envious of her as well as jealous. combination of the two, and this sends her into a bit of a rage.
Yeah,
Starts to spiral out.
a vicious lesbian spiral. Yes, she crashes out hard. Violent masturbation on the sofa. Which yeah, Naomi Watts. Was this Naomi Watts' first movie? First big one, right? I think this really launched her into the spotlight.
It can't have been her first movie, I don't think. But yes,
Yeah,
I'm gonna look it up.
the interview that she did for the Criterion Collection DVD in 2015 with David Lynch, she talks about how she had been basically at a like in a really bad place. Things weren't quite landing for her.
Yeah, she was in a bunch of things, but nothing you've ever heard of.
Yeah, she wasn't having the success that she had hoped she might, and then she got a meeting with David Lynch, and to just go along with the idea that David Lynch is a very wholesome and likable and just friendly kind of guy. Apparently, he was the first director to ever really just sit down and chat with her and ask her about herself and about what she
Yeah.
wanted to do and what she wanted to bring to the role. And by doing that, it really kind of opened her eyes and allowed her to sort of express herself a little better. And she really just like he was like, and the way he says it is like, I after I talked to her and she didn't have a full face of makeup and I wasn't quite as smitten with her as I wanted to be, so I asked her to come back with a full face of makeup. And when she did, and then we started talking, I was 98% of the way there, and I just said, well, you've got it. And that's how she ended up getting cast in the film. And she kind of brought a lot to herself, or a lot of herself to the role, and really,
Yeah, the sort of desperation to make it and be great as an actress and all that. I think it's worth saying Naomi Watts is incredible in this
she's
movie.
yeah, fantastic in all
Amazing, and she has
three characters, sort of, that
yeah,
she plays, which is
yeah,
fun.
she has a lot to do. This is a very complicated role, and she's incredible in this movie. I absolutely love her in this movie, and I wish she would be in better movies
Yeah,
because even since she was in The Ring and what I'm looking at some of the other stuff she's been in, I'm just like, oh, she was in obviously she's in the Peter Jackson King Kong, things like that. But I'm like, man, I'm looking at a lot of this stuff, and it's like, I think you deserve better. She's so
she
good,
is really
but
talented. Yeah, no, she's one of my favorite actresses, I think. And she
yeah,
just doesn't get a lot of great roles. Like, I don't know what it is that really, like, maybe she just has an agent who doesn't get her in the right rooms or something, or maybe she's just like
yeah.
not
Oh,
about it.
Matt Gilbert points out that yes, that her impression of David Lynch is incredible. You can find clips of her talking about him, describing the way he works. It's pretty funny. So she says that David Lynch, obviously, she's not the only person to say this. He likes to have like a bullhorn, like a megaphone, and just kind of bark commands at people, and
Yes.
he'll just yell things at you during the scene and like give you instructions in the middle of the scene, and then the audio engineers will have to like cut around him in post.
Funnily enough, in that scene that we were talking about, the violent masturbation scene in this movie, they had put her in like an isolation tent for it because she was, understandably uncomfortable doing that around 35 people on the set while they filmed it, and she was having a lot of trouble while doing it. And she called out at one point, David, I can't do this, David, I can't do it. And on his megaphone, he just responded with, okay, Naomi, that's okay. That's okay. And he didn't call cut or anything. He kept it rolling while she was going and saying she couldn't do it. So that
Mhm.
all the anger of her, like, slapping herself and like, crying and everything, that's real. That is her being frustrated at him for not calling a cut to the scene when she said she couldn't do it. And then
Interesting.
she went and watched it back and she's like, and it works. It works perfectly for what we're trying to achieve. So, he
Yeah.
clearly saw, but I was very angry for a while about that. And, they're sitting and joking about it now,
Yeah.
however many years later, when this interview takes place. But
Yeah.
yeah, so
She speaks very highly of him,
yeah,
which is
well,
nice to see.
she did the return for, I assume practically nothing. So
Yeah,
yeah,
anyway, she's absolutely incredible in this movie, and she has many different parts to play, and I think she kind of nails all of them. But yes, back to the basic story, right? So she's horribly envious and jealous of the success Camilla has and the betrayal, that
yeah. And there's
she
there's
deals
some
to her.
question about whether or not I think you could maybe say there's some question about whether or not they actually are romantically involved, or whether this is a sort of delusional idea that she has of like being in love with what like I think somebody mentioned in the chat what Camilla represents. Because there's
Hmm.
a lot of delusional stuff that goes on in this part. I mean, there in this we're to go into the third act immediately.
Yeah,
But she'll see, like, she watches Camilla and the director rehearsing a scene together, and the director essentially starts, like, making out with her, and practically, like, calls, somebody to turn off all the lights on the set because they were gonna fuck in the car right now in front of everybody. And you can kind of pick up on the idea that that's her jealousy
yes,
working its way into like distorting what she's perceiving, right? And it happens again later at the dinner party scene where a random woman who had played a role in the dream, but she walks up to Camilla and just kisses her full on the mouth in front of everybody. Nobody reacts, and then she walks. This girl walks away, and it feels like she's sort of throwing it. Camilla's sort of throwing it in her face, but you can get the
yeah,
idea that maybe this isn't really happening, and Camilla has no idea that it's gone this far in Diane's head, and she's just trying to be polite to someone who she considers a friend. You could maybe make that
maybe.
extrapolation. I think it's not an
It's
insane
certainly
thing to.
reasonable.
Yeah.
I sort of interpreted that stuff in the final act as actually happening, as disjointed as the editing actually is, because I think there's something extra brutal about the betrayal there, because it's not just that she's like with this director, maybe for the sake of her career, she's just kind of sleeps around with everybody and just, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Like,
mean,
so
I think because it's driving Diane crazy at this point, right?
yes,
And what it ends up driving her to do is paying a hitman to kill her. Like all the
yes,
money that she has that her aunt left her when she died is given over to a hitman to kill Camilla. And I think that either way it works. That either Camilla is just sort of a flighty and cruel person who is very
yeah,
selfish and doesn't really care, or it's Diane's imagination sort of driving her to believe things that, or to
aren't
perceive things
actually,
that aren't
yeah.
actually happening. Um,
Either could work.
yeah.
Yeah. It
Um,
just it helps me out a little bit watching the movie if in the third act we finally see things closer to how they actually are instead
yeah,
of
that's fair. That's fair.
yeah.
I don't blame you for that. But I do so in she pays the hitman to kill Camilla at the Shoney's. Basically, it's what's it called? Winky's.
Winkies
Winky's, which is a Denny's
or
coded,
diner.
basically. Um,
Yeah.
but there's a particular Winky's that she goes to meet this hitman, and he tells her, you'll find this blue key when it's done, right? And she,
Yeah, that's the indication that the deed has been done.
yeah, like his code, like you'll find it where I told you. And she asks, what does it open? He kind of just like laughs it off because it's really not meant to open anything. It's just, like a code, like a spy code, basically.
Hmm.
And then it, we see the blue key on the coffee table, in her apartment.
Well, let's
She's
leave that bit off
okay.
for now.
Yeah.
We're gonna come back to that. But that's the basic gist of the story that's actually happening. Is that there's this woman that she's in love with. She loves what she represents, and whether their romance is real or a delusion. There's this woman who has everything she wishes she could had as a actress who's coming to Hollywood, dreaming of making it big and being beloved and being seen as a great actress and all that stuff. But she doesn't have what it takes, And so she becomes horribly envious of her and eventually tries to have her killed. And then there's some
Yes.
consequences coming out of that. So there's a fantasy that takes up the majority of the movie, actually, that is something like her coping. It's a fantasy of how she wishes things could have gone, but it's also something of a coping mechanism for explaining why she hasn't been successful.
Yes.
Um, so the
And
question I have,
it's a bit of a mix. Sorry, I would just want to. It's a bit of a mix of both of those things, right? It's a fantasy of how she wishes that her life might have turned out. It is a coping mechanism for explaining why she hasn't been successful, and it's also her own subconscious doing a little Crime and Punishment, a little
yeah,
Raskolnikov of tormenting her into realizing what she's done is
yes,
wrong and evil,
hmm
and the culmination of this will be when she realizes when the full weight of reality sets in. But
yes,
until then, we're gonna have some wacky adventures with Naomi Watts as Betty
yes.
instead.
Betty in so the movie. Well, the movie is structured very strangely because Betty is the well, Naomi Watts is the main character. Naomi Watts doesn't really show up, excluding like a shot in that opening like
Dance
dance
number,
jitterbug sequence.
yeah, that's a very
She
that's
doesn't.
a very crazy sequence too. I forgot that. Like when we went to watch it, I was like, oh, I forgot this is how it opens.
Yeah, I don't know if I like it. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, yeah.
But Naomi Watts doesn't really enter the story until like 18 minutes into the movie, which I thought was strange. Um, it's an odd
Yes.
choice. There are many odd choices here, but yeah. Well, now we can go through the first two acts of the story. I think a bit more
Yeah.
chronologically. Now that we have some context for what we're going to be seeing here, the movie starts, as you mentioned, with a couple initial credits and a little hint of the Angelo. God, I can't remember how to pronounce his last name.
Badalamenti.
Something like that. Anyway, great composer, composed Twin Peaks and many other things. But his score in this is really, really solid, I think. So we get a little bit of that score, and then
Badalamenti. Badalamenti. And
Badalamenti, something like that.
Badalamenti. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
People in the chat will
That sounds
correct
more
us.
Italian.
So, then there is a dance sequence where there's a big purple backdrop and people are doing the jitterbug. They're swing dancing, and
It's very frantic too.
it's very frantic.
it's a very frantic group of people just kind of wildly swinging around and doing it in a like it feels almost like a I want to say like an amateur jitterbug competition, sort of like probably
Yes.
where it yeah, where it's not particularly refined, right?
Yeah, there's a
they
bunch
are
of people dressed in a sort of like ambiguous way in terms of what time period it actually is, and they're doing the jitterbug. It kind of looks like the 90s, because there was a bit of a swing dancing resurgence in the 90s. And so that's what it kind of looks like. There's a really stark purple background, and in addition to like I guess the foreground of people, dancing around in kind of a frenetic way. There's also silhouettes of people dancing behind that. And then
yeah.
eventually in the sequence we see like really bright overexposed images of Naomi Watts and two elderly grandparents essentially next
Yes.
to her. It's very strange visual.
So okay, so I'm gonna tell you what my thought is that we're looking at there, and you tell me what you think of this interpretation. I think
Go
what we're
for it.
seeing is essentially the sort of like because a lot of what he's doing here is trying to create a a dreamlike state, right? And there's a scene right after this where the camera is basically going to POV down onto a pillow, which we'll see
Yeah.
later. And I think what we're looking at essentially is the like I was thinking like it's her synapses kind of firing off and beginning the kernel of this fantasy, because the little flashes of her and the elderly people that I'm viewing that as sort of like Betty's conception, right? The character that she's going to create for herself. as she moves forward into the dream, right? Like it's sort of just her mind is firing off in this very frantic and, you know, uncouth, well, maybe not uncouth, but like unpolished way into creating the fantasy that she's going to, experience for the first two acts of the movie.
Okay. So
And it's also a fun little call back to sort of like it's like a weird version of a James Bond sequence, where like silhouettes are
yeah.
dancing.
Okay.
I find
So
it. I like it. I think it's
the the
interesting.
third act the third act of the movie, the way it tries to tie this in to everything else that's happening is saying that, oh, she won a jitterbug contest in her hometown of Deep River, Ontario, which is where she's from. I looked it up. Um, and that the sort of feeling she got of like stardom and admiration in that small way led her to want to be an actress. She says as much in the third act of the film. Like, obviously, that's not acting, but it made her want to be an actress, right?
Yeah, could be that too. Like that she's remembering what that moment from the beginning of her career. I think that
Of like
actually.
genuine joy and the feeling she had, and what that led her to come to LA and all that stuff. That like led her to have that feeling, oh, that she could make it. You know what I mean? That she's
Yeah,
something special, all that sort of stuff. All that said, I don't like this opening little dance thing. I don't think it visually or tonally fits with the rest of the movie. Um, I don't. It doesn't really come back.
it
It's
is.
just
It is forgettable. Because like I said, I'm a bit. I've really enjoyed this movie, and I forgot that that's how it opens. I don't mind it. I don't think it's terrible. Um, and I think it's
yeah.
kind of
It
a.
feels. It's one of those things that feels the least reincorporated by the end. It
Yeah.
feels. I think the movie is stronger if it starts. Okay, you have that POV shot of like
Of
the floor. We see the cube, and then like we see the head going down into the pillow, and that's entering the dream, right? And then we have the noir music, and then we're following. Um, what is she called at this point in the movie? What do we want to call her? The other lady
Rita.
in the Rita, right?
Yeah, because we
Um,
don't know her real name. We'll never find out what this character's real name. We'll never find out what this character's name is. Uh,
She calls herself Rita. We're gonna call her Rita for simplicity. Um, this is Camilla in the fantasy world, right? And we start with her, and everything's very noir coded. Like she's being driven by two mysterious guys, and then they like hold her up at gunpoint and everything, and then the car accident happens. All that, the music, the shots of the car driving along Mulholland Drive, the lights of Los Angeles down below, all that sort of stuff. I think the movie would be better served by starting there, um, and cutting this like neon purple jitterbug sequence that doesn't actually factor into anything else really.
I
Um,
do like it as sort of like the conceptualization of the fantasy, like of like where it came from essentially. But I do
yeah,
think it is quite
it's
abstract
not
in a way that
nothing.
yeah, it's not nothing, but I think that you probably could cut it and it wouldn't particularly change the way the rest of the
It's
movie comes around,
yeah.
right? Like it's
I
not
think it would just
necessary.
I think you jump right into the sort of noir thing. So the next thing we see is we're going to call her Rita. She is riding in the back of a limousine along Mulholland Drive. The car comes to a stop. She's like, "Hey, we don't stop here." And then the driver turns around, pulls a gun on her, and says, "Get out of the car." She's like, "Uh-oh, what the hell is this?" She's freaking out. She doesn't know what's going on. Then the camera cuts to presumably wild teenagers sort of driving recklessly down this mountain road. And I love the way this is edited, because the footage is clearly sped up a little bit. And the sounds of them yelling and screaming and the screeching of the tires as they drive like absolute maniacs also feels slightly sped up. So it has a slight chipmunk effect to it. And it's it's very unnerving. I would say. And it hard cuts between cutting back to Rita in the limousine and like a really kind of jagged edit to the cars screeching, all these wild sounds, and then cut right back to basic silence. You know what I mean? Very effective, very kind of unnerving and tense. And then right as they're about to what, presumably kill her or something nefarious that they're about to do to her, those kids in those cars come barreling around
Careening
the
around the
corner.
corner,
Yeah.
and they smash into the limo.
Yes, killing a number of. We'll eventually learn a couple of the kids died there, as well as the people that were gonna do whatever they're gonna do to harm her, kill her, kidnap her, whatever they were gonna do. She wakes up from the car accident. She seems dazed, and so she looks down at Los Angeles, and then she starts walking down towards the city. Right? We won't
Yes.
learn this until later, but eventually we're going to learn that she has amnesia as a result of this car crash. So now she's kind of wandering through LA. She's a little scared. She's a little unnerved by what happened, a little shaken up. And so she is like hiding from people she sees on the street because she's kind of too freaked out.
Yeah. Also, I think an interesting thing to point out too, Kyle in the chat mentions the opening credits for the show was probably going to be the limo sequence with the lit up Mulholland Drive street sign. I think
Yeah.
that is very likely what it would have been.
Absolutely.
And just a fun thing to talk about in terms of Mulholland Drive. So especially in the interview with Naomi Watts and David Lynch, on the Criterion DVD, you sort of get a little of an So Mulholland Drive, if you've never been to LA or you're not familiar with it, it's pretty famous because it's very it's on a cliff above the city. So it's a little bit like Akira Kurosawa's High and Low, where there's a bunch of people down in the city trying to make these dreams happen for themselves, and you can look up and see the houses on Mulholland Drive, which are these big, fancy, exorbitant things. It's where David Lynch lived. He lived in that neighborhood. But a lot of very successful people in Hollywood live there or did at the time, right? And so you can look up and see it as a sort of aspirational thing, right? That's sort of the idea,
an image of the dream.
Yeah.
The dream of success and all that.
But Naomi Watts describes it in the interview as saying when she was in really bad dire straits, essentially, in a really dark place in her career and things didn't seem like they were going to be working out, she would go up there and sort of fantasize about driving her car off the cliff. Because it is sort of the perfect place to throw yourself off of if you're trying to just get away from everything. So in a lot of ways, it can that road and where it is can symbolize two very different things for people. Because the other thing is that it's very dark up there. The city of lights, Los Angeles, the city of lights. You look down. You see all the light there, and then it's a bit of a reversal of your traditional symbolism that you look up and it's darker, than it is when you look down. So it's just very interesting how he decided to structure the whole thing. It seems like it should all tie to this is all from moment one. Should be this makes perfect sense symbolically with the way the story goes. And then you find out that actually he didn't know that that's how it was going to end until a couple weeks before they started filming the third act. And you're wow, that's rather incredible that he pulled that together out of a dark room.
This sort of dual symbolism, obviously, of the romantic dream of coming to Hollywood. I mean, so much of this first two acts of the story, we have these beautiful hair lights and everything's kind of glowing and, in the beautiful LA sunshine and everything like that. And everyone looks beautiful. And, it's a very romantic vision of Los Angeles and until a lot of the weird stuff starts happening.
Yeah.
But for her and her coming to LA and stepping out of the airport and the beautiful sunshine and everything. I first of all, it's a very good looking movie. But
Yes.
Especially these sequences with, Naomi Watts is blonde hair and the beautiful hair light behind her. It looks really nice.
Yeah.
But
and it's shot on Panaflex, I think, cameras because with primo lenses, so that skin tones are a little softer with the light, so that it looks very
Or like
glam, like
vintage,
old Hollywood
vintage,
glam kind of thing.
yeah, vintage lenses and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of the lighting that they do throughout this first act is so there's a lot of naturalistic lighting specifically on Naomi Watts's character, but then Rita is lit in a way where like there's a soft sort of key above her so that it gives her more of a dreamlike outline on the film, which is a really interesting thing too. So like you can, especially when she's sort of like trying to remember things, to try to give you the idea, I think anyway, that this is not like she's not real. This is an idea, a dream in and of itself, right? Like this
Yeah.
successful actress character is not real. Another interesting thing to note too is that he was before starting the work on the show Mulholland Drive, he was talking with Mark Frost about adapting a book about Marilyn Monroe.
Mm.
And that never ended up coming about, but he liked the story, but he didn't like the idea of it being a real person. And so he wanted to sort of I think he wanted to sort of keep that a little bit moving forward. He kind of became infatuated with the idea of doing something that reflected a story like that, you know? So the
Yeah.
golden age Hollywood blonde type, the perfect Hollywood blonde getting off like lit beautifully getting off of the airplane versus the darker borderline version that ends up at the end, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So she wanders, Rita, that is, after the accident, she sort of wanders and eventually like finds she like sleeps on someone's patio at first, and
She
then
sleeps in the
eventually,
garden outside of where Betty's gonna end up, Betty's aunt's apartment.
yeah,
Yeah,
and then eventually she like Betty is moving out. Well, she's not moving out necessarily, but eventually
the
we'll
aunt
learn.
is going on like a trip. She's
Well,
going
she's
to
going
film
to
something.
Yeah, she's going to film a movie in Canada. So while she's gone, she's going to let Betty, Naomi Watts's character, stay at her beautiful little apartment, little condo, and so she can try to make it in Hollywood. And that's where Rita stays after her accident because she just kind of finds it.
She sneaks in when she notices her leaving, and she hides in the beneath the table in the kitchen.
But Georges Rex asks, "Is Rita Naomi Watts also?" Not in the movie. No.
Well, it's not Naomi Watts, but it might be Diane. You could read because like in the same way that you
Hold on,
can
hold on.
read.
Metaphorically, symbolically, a little yes.
Yes.
Literally, for the sake of clarity about who we're talking about, this is Laura Herring, the brunette character.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes. The idea that like everybody in a dream is sort of an aspect of the dreamer. That's something that I think David Lynch is very fond of including in his work.
Yeah,
So
I think that's pretty clear
yeah.
in this movie because there are
Yes.
things that happen in this dream fantasy that do not actually involve uh, Naomi Watts. So, like, but she's still there.
Yeah,
You know what
yeah,
I
and
mean?
the one big scene that I want to talk about with that is because I think there's one of them that I find a little shaky, but the one big one that I want to talk about with that is the one in the diner that gets a lot of glaze from people who really like this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we'll get to that when we get to it.
So
So
she kind of sneaks her way into Betty's aunt's little apartment, and she's hiding out there. We will eventually learn that she doesn't know who she is, and so she's scared and doesn't know what's going on. She's kind of hiding out in this woman's apartment. Then we cut to a Winky's diner, where two men are sitting at one of the booths, and one of them is describing how he wanted to come to this Winky specifically because he had a dream about it. Um, in this dream, like he's like, you were standing right over there by the counter, and I was horribly afraid. I didn't know why, but I just had this sense that there was like a face, sort of like an evil malevolent presence out back of this Winkies, and I never wanted to see that face in real life. And so I wanted to come here, and the guy basically understands he wanted to come here to see if that was real, right? To
Yeah.
see if there really was something evil here, if it was just a dream, all that sort of stuff. So the guy decides to play along with him. He goes over by the counter where he was in the dream, and then the guy with big thick eyebrows, I don't know his actual name, he walks outside of the diner and he's walking towards the back, and it's this kind of long, tense sequence. And then right as he's about to round a corner, um, a figure of what looks like a woman covered in dirt with like knotted, dreadlocks and everything. She
Yeah,
kind of
like a filthy little bum sneaks out from behind
the filthiest bum.
the filthiest bum that you could find, and I like yeah. Oh, Patrick. Okay, so Patrick Fischler is this character, and he's in Mad Men
Eyebrows.
actually. He's in
Yeah, he is.
Jimmy, the comedian who insults the fat woman from Baltimore. Love that. Love that arc. Love it. Good for him. Love to see it. I think he's just got a really good face as an actor, I think. But yeah, he sees this filthy bum just kind of like jump scare him from behind the alley. And he falls over. He passes out. Presumably he has a heart attack. And
He certainly faints,
yeah.
if nothing else, but he's so terrified by this horrible, evil, ugly old witch, essentially, out back of the Winky's diner, that he either faints or has a heart attack and dies. It's not clear. Now,
Yeah, but he never appears again in the film until
well,
until
okay,
the third act when he's
yes.
seen in the diner standing and watching.
Standing where the other guy was at the counter,
Yes.
right? So, let's talk about this sequence because this is a pretty famous one from the movie.
This is one of the most well-known and most highly praised sequences in the movie, actually. If you go and a lot of people will talk about it having been like a masterpiece of horror. I think I saw one time where somebody was like, it's the scariest scene in all of cinema history, and I feel like that's a little bit of a...
That's a little much.
Yeah.
This might be a good time to mention that among certain people, this is often lauded as like one of the best films of the century. I think that's a little much. I think some of the praise and hype for this movie goes a little far. I like it. I think it's good, but let's calm down a little bit, all right? So this sequence, I think it is pretty tense and it is pretty spooky. I will say it gets less spooky the more I watch it.
Yeah.
That's true of a lot of things, but there are horror sequences that like keep watching them and they're still unnerving. They might even deepen in how they unnerve you. But this one, the jump scare really worked the first time I watched it. This time around, I don't know. The face doesn't scare me really. It's not as, I don't know. I didn't find it as effective. And the whole time I was thinking like, okay, how does this tie into things? I think I have a decent idea of how it ties into things.
Yeah, me too. I mean, do you want to go first or should I?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, I think it's as simple as a part of Diane's psyche kind of confronting the evil act that she did at this particular Winky's.
Okay, yeah, because Eyebrows guy is Diane.
Yeah, I would say pretty much.
In this dream, like that's her, right? And she has this dream that there's something horrible and evil lurking behind this nice, happy, sunny diner, right?
Yeah.
And so
we'll find out in the third act that this happy, sunny diner is where she paid the hitman, like where she went through with paying the hitman to kill Camilla. Yeah. And so
sitting at that same table.
Yeah, they're sitting at the same table. And so this is the part of Diane's psyche in the dream that's sort of like watching this person, just someone that she saw looking at her as they did this, right? And she is this is part of her confronting the evil that she unleashed, and then that's just the bum is that. It's the act that she did, right? It's the act
Yeah,
that she.
and it also feels like her.
Yes,
The fact that it's a woman, the fact that like it's something of a vision of like
of her
an
soul,
aspect of
essentially. Like,
her,
yeah, this
or
is
yeah,
like,
her soul, or who she could end up being. Because ultimately, at the end of the movie, she doesn't live. But if she were to live and continue spiraling and just, you know, losing her mind and getting worse and worse and worse as a person, she could be this old, you know, disgusting, horrible witch lurking in
yeah,
the alley. You know what I mean?
lurking in the
It's a
alley
bit,
behind a Winkies. Yeah,
yeah, exactly. The fact that she holds the cube as well several times in the movie when we return to this image,
yeah,
it feels like. So if this is part of her subconscious trying to wake her up to
to
the
reality.
horrible thing she did and wake her up to reality, but it's still too removed at this point. It's not even her having the dream. It's someone else having the dream. She like it's the guy she saw at the diner when she ordered the hit who's having this dream about this evil malevolent presence behind the diner. And so like and going to investigate it and seeing it in all its horrible glory and just being so overwhelmed by it that he dies, question mark, or at least
That he's taken out of the movie. At least he
yeah.
disappears. Yeah,
And that is kind of what happens at the end of the movie, where her conscience leaps out at her and it's too
yeah.
much for her. We'll come back to that. So that makes an obvious sort of symbolic, intuitive sense in hindsight. Um, I think the praise for how unnerving and spooky the sequence itself
I
is
think it goes a little far, especially because on a
yeah,
rewatch, when you know it's going to happen, it's not as effective of a sequence. Um,
I think so.
but
Yeah,
I
not
still
that it's
like
bad.
it. I still like it. I
Yeah,
would not remove it. I think that I
no,
think
certainly not.
having it in there
Certainly
is
not.
is really nice.
It's good. I just people sometimes the praise for this movie is a little crazy to me.
Yeah,
It's like
I would agree with that, and like I think I like it still a little more than you do, but I think it goes a little far sometimes. Like
I'm pretty
there's
sure in this trailer that is looping on screen right now, I think there's a pull quote that someone calls it the best film of the century. And it's like, let's calm down here.
well, I think
Let's
it was named as like the best film. I can't remember what it was. I think it was AFI for a while. It was listed as like number one.
was it the BFI top 100
Yeah, that
movie?
one. Yeah, it was BFI, not AFI. My mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah, they listed it as number
It's
one for a while.
it's very high. I think
Yeah,
that's a little
that's a little.
much.
It's a bit ridiculous. There's also, I mean, the booklet that comes with the Criterion Collection DVD set is essentially just a like the chapter from the book Lynch on Lynch, where the author interviewed David Lynch about all of his movies, but it's the chapter about Mulholland Drive specifically, and some of the things that it says in here. Um, are a little bit like it's one of the ones where I'm like, I think you're overthinking it a little, and you're going farther than you need to sort of understand what it is, because I think you like the idea that it's difficult to understand more than like
Yeah.
it's,
Let's talk about that because I think that applies to one of my favorite films as well. It's called The Shining.
yes.
Um, this is certainly more enigmatic than The Shining is. That much is clear. But people have this idea that The Shining is like, oh, it's secretly actually about this, and people run absolutely wild. The Shining is a very simple movie, all things considered. It's a story about domestic abuse.
Yeah,
That's it, really. I mean, there are things along the edges, right? But the core of the story is very simple, impossible to miss, right?
yeah.
I feel like this movie, though it is certainly more enigmatic, though it is certainly more of a mystery, once you understand it, is actually quite simple.
Yeah, I
Really,
think
like
it's much more straightforward than people tend to give it credit for,
I
because
think so too.
yeah, like I mean, I described it to my friend who is a big David Lynch fan, to the point of even believing Twin Peaks: The Return is the best Twin Peaks. which
Ugh.
he's wrong about that. Fletcher, if you're
Yeah.
listening, you're wrong. But I described it to him as like David Lynch's take on Crime and Punishment, in a way. And interestingly enough, him and Angelo Badalamenti were working on a Russian score, like a Russian sounding score, at the time of making this movie. Before
Mm.
they, got into it, and so I think that maybe there's a little bit of influence there. I'm not sure exactly what he was doing to get to that Russian core of things, in quotes, but it is a story about a woman who does some unspeakable act of evil in a moment of jealous and envious rage, and she's trying to escape and punish herself for it at the same time,
Yeah.
because she's reckoning with what she's done, and
Hmm.
that's it. That's the
I mean,
story.
that is simply put, it is actually a little bit straightforward. And so sometimes people with movies like that, they like. Seems there's a certain type of person that likes the enigma because it lets them run wild and essentially. I mean, we talked about this all the way back when we like one of our first videos on the channel was Annihilation, right?
Yeah.
Annihilation is the type of movie where people have ideas about the themes themselves, and then they like the movie because they like their own ideas. I think that is a quite common phenomenon for movies that are a little bit more mysterious and enigmatic and strange. It's like they have their own ideas. They run wild thinking about, oh, this all the things it could represent, and not that you can't say more than what we just did about what all these images represent. We'll talk more about them as we
Yeah.
go through, but at the core, it's actually rather simple and straightforward in a good way. This is
Yeah.
a good thing. Um, but there's a certain kind of person that takes joy in understanding something that they think other people don't understand. It's like, oh, I possess secret knowledge. I have the sight. I have the vision to see what's really happening here. And everyone else, oh, they just don't understand. It's actually even more complicated than that. It's actually really about this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah, well, here
And to be,
this is a segment from that chapter that I just want to read real quick, because this is I think where a lot of people get the idea about what makes Mulholland Drive so interesting. So this is from Chris Rodley, writing that Lynch on Lynch book. He says, Vertigo on Valium, Raymond Chandler in Alice in Wonderland. Such evocative but vague journalistic sound bites have often been applied to this film, since to write a quote unquote accurate account of all its operations, meaning, and detail is impossible. Mulholland Drive seems to defy waking logic, and yet it looks and feels all of a piece. I don't know that it's impossible. I think
no,
I think
I don't
it
think so.
requires some work, but to say, and then he'll go on later to say, um, are the first two-thirds of the film in which Betty Elms tries to help the amnesiac Rita discover her real identity a quote-unquote dream? Is the final third in which Betty turns into the suicidal loser and drug addict Diane Selwyn and Rita becomes her treacherous lesbian lover Camilla Rhodes' quote-unquote reality? Or is it the other way around, perhaps? The answer to all
No,
three questions could be equally yes and no. I don't think so.
no.
I don't think so. I think it's pretty
I
clear
think
what we're dealing
if
with
it
here.
Yeah, if it were the other way around, it would rob the film of meaning. It would detract meaning from it, subtract meaning from it, not add anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I think it's pretty straightforward. All things considered. Now, images like you know, the images evoke certain things, and it's like why that image, like you could talk for days about that, and we'll talk a bit more about it. But I don't think you can say that it's equally likely that the final act of the movie is the dream and everything in the first half is what's really happening. I just don't think there's any evidence to support it.
No, I think it's because people like the feeling of not knowing what is going on,
Yeah.
and I think they just want to feel like maybe they're smart for not getting it. Is a weird way of it's a weird way of putting it, but I think that's something that a lot of David Lynch's work attracts, right? Is like people
Yeah.
who want to feel like, well, you're not going to understand it because nobody understands it. And no,
Yeah.
I think there's a pretty like the reason that it works is because there is an understandable core. There's a
Yeah.
kernel of a understandable story here,
Yeah.
and it works because of that. And he, he may like I think his refusal to sort of elaborate on a lot of these things lends to the way that people view it, because he doesn't
Hmm.
like to tell you like, no, this is what it's about, because and maybe he doesn't even really know, but he's very much more like, he seems very much to be like divorced of his own agency in the storytelling. He's like, I wrote it because I meditated on it and pulled the ideas out like a string of pearls, and thematically it just kind of worked, right? But he doesn't know where it came from, or like he didn't have an intention of what he was going to
Well,
do necessarily. He was just telling a complete story, and he wanted it.
yeah.
Yeah, like
There's a good video if you're looking for good video essays. I know they're kind of few and far between these days, but there's one called David Lynch. I think it's like something like David Lynch and the Treachery of Language that I actually thought was pretty good. And basically, it talked about how David Lynch, there's a running theme throughout all of his work, and especially through how he talks or refuses to talk about his work, that he doesn't want to limit things with language. He doesn't want to say with words what a movie is about because there's something limiting about that. There's something that will fail to do it justice. That the image, that the sound, that the combination of all those things, the feeling and the emotion of all these things put together is way stronger than him telling you in a couple paragraphs what it means to him in words. That would cheapen it, that would degrade it, and that would sort of trap people in a certain interpretation that he doesn't want to do. He seems to have an attitude. Maybe I wouldn't say that he doesn't think he has any agency in the creation of it, but that like he lets the work speak for itself. And once it's out there, it's for everyone to bring whatever they want to it. Now,
that's fair. That's
I think
fair. Yeah,
there's
better way of putting it
he
than I did.
certainly has a tendency to infuse some of his own idiosyncratic things about his life, maybe his frustrations with certain projects and dealing with the studios and all that. That's all in there. So there's definitely, the more you understand about him and his career, I think it does shed a light on some of his, you know, choices and things like that. But ultimately, he doesn't seem to want to tell anyone any of that stuff because he wants it to be like, no, it's about the work. The work speaks for itself and not in language. And one thing you'll notice in a lot of his work is that there's not a lot of dialogue. I mean, there's dialogue, but it's not it doesn't over explain itself. Sometimes there's like a comical repetition to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where like words he uses words differently than a lot of other writers because he didn't consider himself a writer for a long time. He was a painter. He made sort of sculptures and things of that nature, and he wanted to make movies because he had the idea to like, oh, what if one of my paintings sort of moved and came to life? And like he heard us like one of his early paintings he describes in, I believe it's The Art Life, the documentary someone made about him. It's not an amazing documentary, but David Lynch is great, so it's still good. I think the documentary, The Art Life itself, isn't incredibly well made, but fascinating stuff nonetheless. He talks about one of his early paintings, and like he saw it, and one time it sort of just came to life for him. He could hear wind rushing, and he could like sense things moving in it. And he's like, "Oh, a moving painting. That's interesting." And that's what made him want to start making movies. So like words, he's always had a sort of like, words are dangerous. I don't know if I trust language kind of attitude to his
Yeah,
movies.
that's a good way of thinking about it, actually. Yeah. So I think that the idea that like you can't possibly explain these things, and that there's nothing like, you just have to be in it for the vibes, like no thoughts, only vibes. I don't think that that applies here. I think that that's
I don't think so.
yeah.
Even if he would say that, like, well, he doesn't want to tell anyone what is correct and what is not correct because he doesn't believe that's his job. Even if he has an attitude of like, well, everyone has their own interpretation. Like, I don't have that attitude. I
Yeah.
think, I think an interpretation of a work of art has to take into account what actually exists in the text itself, so to speak. And so, I think certain people like the enigmatic, unknowable nature of it, and they sort of maybe fetishize that to a degree. Um, Whereas, like something like this, I think, if you take all the pieces into consideration, it does limit what you can interpret from it, which is
Yeah.
how everything works. No?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Where were we?
He passed out after seeing the ratty bum behind the Winkies.
As you do. So, and so what we sort of concluded, to the best of our ability, is that in this dream fantasy, there's something of her subconscious trying to bring to her attention the horrible, evil aspect of what she did, of her subconscious, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But it hasn't broken through yet. It will eventually break through.
And after he passes out, the next shot is her arriving in the airport. Right? Is that correct?
No,
No.
no.
Oh,
The next, it's the little guy from Twin Peaks in a very strange room, talking about how Rita, the girl, is missing and we need to find her. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So a very strange. He's in something of a wheelchair, and there's a little microphone and a glass like. There's a glass wall at the end of the room, and he's got a headset on, and he's communicating with people that we don't see. We see close-up shots of like the back of their head and their lips and stuff. Some mysterious forces, very strange forces, are trying to hunt down Rita, who is now missing after the accident. That's all we really get of that. Then immediately we come to Betty arriving in Los Angeles.
Yes. Okay. So like I think that adds to the interpretation that this is her psyche like refusing to face up to reality yet, because the immediate next thing is that we're sinking deeper into this fantasy mystery that's being constructed here by her, the coping mechanism and the fantasy of what her life could be. So yeah.
And we'll talk more about it as we get more scenes of this, but I think it's a really interesting choice to have this sort of like nefarious, unseen, unknowable, higher up force, kind of operates like a mob or like the Illuminati or something like that is pulling the strings in a way like that you can't tell what their motivations are. And because, well, we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a really interesting interpretation for like why she would invent that for herself.
Yeah. So she arrives in Los Angeles with Irene, this bubbly, charming older woman who and it's it's a really funny moment because it's very over the top. I think he had told after they shot a couple of takes of it, he told Naomi he's like, bigger, even bigger, like you're a child who just tasted ice cream for the first time. And so she was like, she had to like kind of be like, oh my gosh, this is so and like she's so like old fashioned, kind of like unrealistically naive,
starry-eyed,
and starry-eyed, and like Irene is like, oh, it's been so nice traveling with you, Betty. I'm so glad we got to meet you. You have fun, enjoy yourself, good luck, And she's like, oh, I
look forward
will.
to seeing you on the big screen when
Yeah.
you're famous.
Yeah.
It's very over the top, but it's perfect. That's
Yes.
exactly what it needs to be, because this is her fantasy. This is her fantasy of what motivated her to come out here. There's even a line where she's like, you know what? Like, I just want to be known as a great actress. I don't even want to be a big star. I don't even want to be a big movie star. But hey, sometimes people get both.
Yeah.
It's just like there's so much ego in her fantasy when you really look at it. There's so much of her ego driving things and what she feels entitled to, what she feels she deserves, how she thinks, who she thinks she is on the outside. She thinks of herself as this very sort of like, her fantasy version of herself is like naive and just like looking in earnest wonder at Los Angeles. Wow, I'm going to make it big. And hey, I just want to be a good actress. I don't even want to be famous. But it's like, That's not true.
No,
This is all
this is
this is all you gassing yourself up like wow, what a lovely place, and oh, I'm just such a pure innocent
and
soul.
everybody's gonna love me, and
And
I'm
everyone
just like so perfect and beautiful, and I'm gonna have such a great time just like instantly. I'm gonna get meetings and with producers, and it's just gonna
I'm
be
gonna
the
go into the
greatest.
audition and I'm gonna be amazing. Even if the material's not great, I'm gonna do amazing and everyone's gonna
Yes,
recognize
yes.
how amazing I am. Yeah.
Like when they're
Yep.
rehearsing later, and she's like, "It's such a corny scene." Oh, I was like, "Oh yeah," because and then when she gets into it, it's yeah, yeah. Oh my god, I love it. Okay, anyway, so she shows up in Los Angeles, and she thinks her bags have been stolen. Like she turns around after saying goodbye to Irene and her husband, and she's like, "Oh, my bags!" And then the taxi cab driver is just like, "Well, I've got them right here. Where to, ma'am?" And she gives him like the little like nod of approval, and she's like, "We're going here." He's like, "All right, hop in." And then they get in and they drive to her aunt's house. But before we get there, we get the sequence of Irene and her husband in their car or limo or taxi or whatever it is that they're riding away from the airport. And one of the most effective creepy scenes of the movie, I think, is Irene smile, like the two older people, but Irene in particular smiling and like refusing to move. Like the smile is like frozen on her face, and she's laughing with the older man and just slapping his knee, and it goes on for a little too long as they're driving away. Um,
Yeah. I sent you a picture of it if you want to put it on
I
screen
will.
because it's very effective. It's a really interesting choice because obviously there's something ominous about it. There's something like these are figments of her fantasy, and it's almost like there's something indicating how unreal they are. You know what I mean? It's like a character. She has hardcore main character syndrome, right? And so
Yes.
and so like these are the prop characters. This is what it looks like when they're off camera. They're just always smiling like that. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
exactly. Yeah, when they no longer need her, they're just stuck. Like it's a little bit like WandaVision if it was good. Uh, they're just stuck like this.
Yeah.
When they're off screen, and they're gonna be presumably just driving around for a while until they're needed again. At some point later on in the film.
Yeah.
Um,
Uh, Emily Roberge, thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it.
yeah,
Um, and yes, so once she's had this grand introduction to Hollywood, now she arrives at this beautiful courtyard, like apartment complex, if you will. And so she gets introduced to the landlord, who seems like a nice, friendly, and a little bit eccentric older
yeah.
woman.
I think this was that actress's last movie.
Oh,
Eh,
interesting.
yeah. And she's great. I mean, like she's just got such a Lee Grant, I think, is who it was. She just has a such a unique look, and
On-screen presence,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. And the way she. Oh no, sorry, Ann Miller. That was Ann Miller. She's Coco. Just call me Coco. Everyone does. She's just such
Mhm.
a interesting person to look at and to like watch. Got a very
Yeah.
unique charisma. Um,
And so they're walking through the courtyard. She's going to show her to. So this is in this fantasy, Betty's aunt, as we mentioned already, is away in Canada filming a movie, and so she's going to let young, starry-eyed Betty stay at her really, really nice Los Angeles apartment, so she can try to make it in Hollywood as well. And the manager of this apartment complex, as she's showing her, they're walking across the courtyard, and there's dog poop on the ground, and so she kind of yells off at someone up screen like come take care of your dog or whatever, and she's bitching about that, and she's like, you don't have any pets, do you? And she's like, oh no. It's like, I had a tenant one time who had a prize fighting kangaroo. You should have seen what that thing did to this courtyard. Ha 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 ha. Like, it's just it's such a
it's such a
strange detail.
it's such a weird thing to say to like and the way she's talking about it, she's just kind of like, well, pets are allowed, but they're just. I had a tenant one
That's
time
not in
that
the courtyard.
not in the courtyard. Who had a prize fighting kangaroo. You should have seen what that thing did to this courtyard. Anyway, let's go check out your aunt's place. You're gonna love it. It's like It's
By the way,
so funny.
have you seen Sunset Boulevard?
Yes.
Amazing movie.
Yes.
Love that
Agree. I
movie.
love that movie.
And you can tell David Lynch is a big fan of that movie in many respects. Not least because there's a character in Sunset Boulevard called Gordon Cole. But um, the fact that one of the characters in Sunset Boulevard, which I won't spoil because it's a great movie, has a pet monkey, you know, like as
Yeah.
just like a strange little detail, like this little throwaway line about someone having a strange exotic animal as a pet. I don't know. It feels inspired by that to a degree.
Yes. And as we'll
It's
find
like,
out in the third act, this character Coco is sort of a it's a version of the director character's mother, who also is like, is Coco, and she's a little bit different, like as most of them are, but she's a lot more obviously fake in reality, in the reality
yeah,
sequences. Um, she's kind of just like clearly sort of like, oh, you're just another one of these actresses who, comes and goes, by the end of it. But in the fantasy, she's sort of just she's very helpful, and she immediately trusts Betty, and is
yeah.
perfectly
It's a little
okay
bit of
with.
that Mary Sue-ness where
Yes.
just everyone's super warm and friendly and nice to her. You know, there's actually kind of I like her character in this fantasy because there's a scene later where she'll be like, "Listen, like don't treat me like a sucker. Like I trust you, and I believe you if you're going to take care of it, but you don't have to lie to me," kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah,
I don't know.
exactly.
But then when you get to her in real life, so to speak, at the end of the movie, she's not that warm, friendly person who likes. She seems inherently actually distrustful of
Well,
Diane.
distrustful and disinterested
Yeah,
in anything Diane has to do, and that's something that like she clearly feels resentment towards, and so she sort of invents that character that gives her what she thinks she's entitled to from it. Like
yeah,
you're because when we see her in the reality side, she kind of walks up. She kind of gives her like a little look. She's like, just call me Coco. Everyone does. I'm hungry. Let's go eat." And so she's, yeah.
yeah.
It's like it's a friendliness that is not like, it's just sort of like,
It's fake LA kind of
yeah,
thing. Yeah.
exactly.
Um, Kylar points out that there's a long hold on the Sunset Boulevard sign in the opening when Rita's running away from the accident. Yep,
Yes, there
sure is.
is.
Yeah, if you want it, it's really interesting to watch movies that David Lynch is a big fan of because he's talked about them quite a bit, and you can like see his DNA and things like that, in Sunset Boulevard and West Side Story and all sorts of things that he was a really big fan of. You can see like, oh, okay, I see how you came out of this.
Yeah.
you know. Um, yes. So now Betty is alone in the apartment and she's looking around with wonder, like, wow, what a beautiful place. And then, uh-oh, she finds a strange naked woman in her shower. And I kind of like how in this fantasy of herself, when there's like a strange naked woman in the place that she's supposed to be staying, she's very like nice and accommodating about
Yeah.
it.
Oh, I'm
She's
sorry.
like,
My
"Oh,
aunt
I'm
didn't tell
so
me
sorry."
that you.
Like, "I'll leave you alone. I'm so sorry." Like when she asks her what her name is and she doesn't have an answer because we'll learn she has amnesia, she's just like, "Oh, I'm sorry for asking." She's just so nice, so agreeable, such a, pushover kind of person. And then when we see her in real life later, it's like, that's not who she is at all.
Yeah.
Not
Exactly.
even a little bit. Yes.
Yeah.
So she has that brief interaction with the stranger naked in the shower, and she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'll leave you alone. I didn't know anyone was supposed to be here." And then she asks her what her name is, and she doesn't know. And then while she's in the bathroom alone, Rita will look at a poster for Gilda, starring Rita Hayworth, and decide that her name is Rita. So when she comes back outside, um, talk to Betty, she says that her name is Rita,
There's an
and
awful
she's
lot of
like,
Kaiser Sozeing going on in this
"Yeah,
movie.
yeah."
Yeah, there's a lot of like name tags sort of informing where people like take aliases from. So like later on we'll see that the waitress in the Winkies who served Diane while she was ordering the hit, her name was Betty. And so this sort of like idea of who Betty might be, like, oh, I could be that, I could be Betty, And then the waitress in the Winkies earlier in the scene was named Diane. And so there's a lot of like attempting to signal, like you are Diane, like this is your name, right? Like,
Yes.
this is you. You got to remember that, right? And avoidance of it. But there's a
Well, yeah,
lot of
and then
that kind of thing happening, which is
and
fun.
obviously this figure in her dream, in Naomi Watts's dream, this like mysterious woman that she'll eventually she's trying to help out, but she doesn't remember who she is. And this whole fantasy sequence is Naomi Watts trying to forget who she is and what she did, essentially.
Yes.
So there's something of that connection as well. But Rita is like, "Oh, I just need to lie down for a minute," and she's like, "If you're concussed, you shouldn't lie down." She's like, "No, I'm just gonna lie down."
It will be good for me to sleep. Yeah. And then she calls her aunt and is like, "Hey, you did," somebody, who's this in the Kyle R in the chat says, "Hey, you didn't tell me your big titty Latina GF is going to be in the shower.
Yeah,
Why didn't you tell me? I got quite a shock from your friend Rita." And then,
yeah.
her aunt tells her to call the police, and in the fantasy, she goes like, "Oh, I don't need to do that. We don't need to call the police. No, no, I'm sure there's
But
a
she needs my
reason."
help, because I'm
Yeah.
such a nice person. And like that. Okay, so this is a person who, in real life, she's so horribly, horribly envious of that she tries to have her murdered.
Yes.
Well,
And,
does
well,
have
and
her
it
murdered.
does have her murdered, not even tries. She has her murdered. But also, she's in real life, this is the person who was helping her get parts because,
Yeah,
they were friendly. They were either actually romantically involved or they were at the very least friendly.
yes.
And so she was
And she
helping
was
her get
helping
roles.
her.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was helping her, not the other way around. But in this fantasy that she's concocted for herself, where she's such a pure, innocent, nice person, this woman that in real life she was so envious of, she had killed. She's like, "Oh, I'm going. No, she needs my help. I'm not going to call the police. I can help her. You know."
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
She
So
casts herself in the role of like of the hero. Yeah, like she's the one who would have who would have been super nice and kind and would have helped anybody who she just stumbled across, and why couldn't
yeah,
she just let me love her? Why did all that? Yeah, it's
exactly.
yeah.
So the next thing we see, after some shots of the LA skyline, is a meeting between a young director, his manager, the head of a studio, Ryan Entertainment is the name of the company. I think that's Ryan, but last name I'm assuming, and some other guy, and they're waiting to have a meeting with two mysterious figures who.
They're
It's
an
not clear
Italian
who they are.
brothers. They're Italian brothers. So you
Yes.
can assume mafia type stuff,
Yeah,
right?
it's implied that it's mafia type stuff. And the director's like, "What's this all about?" And he's like, "Hey man, I know, you were thinking of recasting the lead for the movie you're working on. We just ask that you have an open mind." And he's like, "Well, okay, if you say so." And then these two Italian brothers come in, and it's a, it's a very odd sequence, but
It starts off odd because like I want to like the director Adam, he has a single golf club on the table in front of him this whole scene, right? So this is like another indicator of like weird dream logic at work here. Like
yeah.
there is just he just has an iron, like a 7-iron or something, just sitting in front of him in this
Yeah.
meeting for no real reason except that later on in this sequence he's gonna use it to smash up their car. Which
There's something of the implication. He's like, I should be off playing golf. What's this meeting you've called me into, kind of
yeah.
thing, something like that.
But he only has the
And
one club because when he gets home, he puts it back in the bag full of all the other clubs.
true, true. It's an odd detail. There's a lot of odd details in this scene, including the fact I'm going to get the order of operations wrong here, but at one point, one of the Italian brothers is like, well, they're like, "Hey, while you wait, do you want anything?" And he's like, "Espresso." And so okay, and then they send someone off to go get him espresso, and they're like, just so you know, I know you weren't happy with the espresso last time. Don't worry, we made sure we got the good shit, essentially.
This
Like we
comes
got,
highly recommended.
yeah,
Just
this
like,
is,
I think you're
you're
really
gonna
gonna
love.
enjoy this one.
And so they bring it back in for him, and the guy who brings it in's like, anything else? And he just goes, napkin. He's like,
Well,
okay.
he
And he runs
whispers
out.
it first. He says it very quietly, and then like, excuse me, napkin. Of course. So he brings brings him a cloth napkin and sets it down, and he goes to take a sip of it, and immediately just like spits it out, like in a very comical kind of like, like
Yeah, this is
exaggerated way.
disgusting. He just spits out the sip of espresso he took onto the napkin in his hand, just like, bleh. He just like lets it out of his mouth in like a that's disgusting sort of way. And the other guys are like, come on, that was good espresso.
They all
It's
start
supposed to be the
screaming and like like they're like holding their heads like this is rated as one of the best espressos in the world, and they're like it's very like nightmare weird funny dream kind of like that you're having where you're like stuck watching it, right? And you know what's
yeah.
going to happen as soon as he asks for a napkin. You know what's going to happen, but it's playing out in this way where there's like this
I didn't know what was
anxiety
going to
about it.
happen there.
Oh, I like I don't know. It's just like it's like they set it up right where it's like, oh yeah, you're gonna love this one. And then before he even tastes it, he's giving the director the stare down, and he asks for a napkin without looking away, and then
Mhm.
takes the sip of espresso or grabs a napkin, takes the sip of espresso, and immediately just spits it out. It's like you can kind of see that he's gonna do it. Like you kind of
Sure.
have the
In
idea.
hindsight, yes, but yeah.
And
Anyway,
yeah, but
Kyle
it
R
turns into this
correctly
like crazy.
correct.
Sorry, go ahead.
Kyle R correctly points out in the chat that that is the composer, Angelo Badalamenti, which is
It
a
is.
fun detail. So, that's one part of what's happening in the scene. The other more important part of what's happening in the scene is these guys come here and they're like, you are going to cast this girl in your movie. And they show a picture of this woman's headshot and they're like, this is the girl. And he's like, excuse me. The director is incensed about this. He's like, excuse me, like you don't tell me who I cast in my movie. Essentially, like, what is this? And then the middleman, the head of the studio, and his manager are trying to be like, oh, we just ask that you take it into consideration. They're trying to soften it a little bit.
There it is. Oh my god, Ovechkin just scored the goal.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh, sorry, I derailed it in the middle, but yeah. Oh my
That's all right.
goodness, that is incredible.
Hell yeah!
Oh,
Now the highest goal scorer in all of
895. Here's
Wow.
800, one more than Wayne Gretzky. I believe on the goalie he had never scored on before, Ilya Sorokin.
That's great.
Oh my god! All right,
How many more games are left in the season?
After this one, I think like 6.
Okay, so he'll probably break 900, right?
He might, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
by the end of this year, maybe not, but he's got one more year left on his contract, so he'll probably go above 900.
So definitely,
Yeah.
definitely by then. That's cool. Hell yeah! All right. So the other thing happening in this scene is that they're like, "This is the girl you're going to cast in your movie," and the middlemen are trying to be like, "Ah, well, we just ask that you take it into consideration." And then one of the brothers that isn't Angelo Badalamenti's like, "It's not a request. This is the girl. Like, this is who you will pick." And the director's not happy about that. He's like, "What the fuck is going on?" We get a comical sort of stare down, like it's like like it's an old west movie where we zoom in on their eyes as they're glaring at each other. It's pretty funny. But that meeting sort of blows up, and the director leaves in a huff because he's like, "Fuck this, I'm out of here." And so he goes to get in his little convertible Porsche, and then he's like, "Hey, is that the car that the other guys came in?" And the valet guy's like, "Yeah." And so he takes his club and he runs over there and he breaks their windshield with the golf club and immediately runs away. So, so what have we established so far is that there's a director trying to make a movie and nebulous mafia-like forces are telling him who he's going to cast in his movie, and they're not telling him why, and they're not giving him any say in it.
But they are insistent.
They're quite insistent, and he is rebelling against that because he's like, like hell, I'm gonna do what you tell me to do. And so that's a what do you make of that in the logic of Naomi Watts's dream fantasy? Because obviously she's not in these scenes, but like what is happening here, in your opinion?
So I think there's a little bit of a dual purpose, right? So for for the first one is essentially it's her kind of constructing the coping mechanism of why she was not getting parts, right? Like
Yes. Yes.
Camilla
Yes.
Rhodes is the name of the girl who is being put forward, and Camilla Rhodes, we'll find out later, is Camilla, her, the one who was more successful than her, the one who she's jealous of and envious
In
of
real life.
in real
Yes.
life. So
So this new girl who is at this point in the movie has not been seen anywhere else. Her name is Camilla in the dream fantasy. And she's
yes,
the girl that is going to get the part instead of her. We'll eventually get to a scene where Betty, Naomi Watts's Betty, is has a chance meeting with the director, and they make well, I won't get ahead of myself, but Betty clearly thinks as the fantasy unfolds that like, oh, she should have gotten this part, and she would have were it not for these mysterious forces beyond her control and understanding who are pulling the strings in a way that she can't access in terms of the meaning and the reasoning behind it. And so it's a bit of like, well, I would have been successful if it weren't for like the suits and the people in charge of the suits making all these decisions that are beyond my control. You know what I mean? Like the powers that be didn't want me to be successful. I would have been great, but they didn't want me. Kind of thing.
exactly. Yeah, and then I think the other purpose that it is, because if we're going to go with the idea that all of the characters within the dream are some representation of Diane, which I think we probably should, it is also that she doesn't want to compromise on who she is, and she feels like she has to, like she feels like who she is not what, the nebulous evil they want,
Mhm.
right? And so she doesn't want to compromise on that, and this is her sort of rebellion against it. And I think there's a bitterness there too, that she
Sure.
feels like, especially by the end of that story, that she feels like all of the bad, I mean, we'll find out later, right? The director is kind of hiding from whoever they are, and they call and say like, oh, his credit cards aren't good, he's maxed on his credit card, he's maxed on his bank. I think there is this sort of idea that like she's been sabotaged because she won't compromise, and there's a
Yeah.
bitterness in that, like she thinks of herself as this sort of creative genius type,
Hmm.
who should have
A
full
pure
control,
artist.
a pure artist who should have full control, and who is like unwilling to compromise on anything, and she feels this bitterness at being forced to sort of hide who she is in order to sort of be able to succeed, right? To continue with what she wants to do. I think
Yeah.
that's the dual purpose at work there.
Yeah, I think there's something of that in there for sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
if and also the other thing is, okay, so later we'll find out that there's a the director is a director in the real world as well, and he's the one that hires Camilla in real life to be in the movie, and also he's clearly infatuated with her, and they have a thing, or at least Naomi Watts as Diane believes that they are together romantically, right?
Yes.
But it seems like if that's him, if that's her fantasy version of him is someone who like it's almost like she doesn't blame him really.
Yeah.
It's like she wants it to be her that he's infatuated with instead, but like it's not his fault. There seems to be something of that as well. Like
Yeah.
insofar as it represents her, there's the sort of unwillingness to change or compromise, and she feels like everyone's pulling the strings above her and she doesn't have any control in doing the kind of art she wants to make and all that sort of stuff. But insofar as he's a representation of a fantasy version of himself, in real life, it's like it's not his fault. There's like people above him that are stopping him from picking the right person, which is clearly her. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Because she wants to be where Camilla is, so she doesn't ultimately hate him, really. You know, there's something like that happening as well.
Yeah, I
Next
think 100%.
next thing we see is we're back to the little man in the chair speaking into the headset in the strange room. It's sort of like, they're the powers that be. He's like the ultimate image of that. And there's definitely something deliberately strange and surreal about that. And I think that's very much deliberate to be like, well, the powers that be that are deciding what's going on in this story, they're kind of unknowable in terms of what they want and why. And we're all at the mercy of these nefarious people who have interests that aren't aligning with the good characters. You know what I mean?
Yes.
They're just sort of exerting their strange, ambiguous power over everyone else. Because it's a very strange image. You have the dwarf guy in the chair with like an oversized suit sitting in this like bare room. I'm gonna show you this image so you can put it on screen.
Send it over.
Because yes, so this is the image, because they don't say a lot. They sort of vague post in these scenes, but this is the image of what the like powers that be pulling the strings, preventing Naomi Watts, Diane, from actually succeeding and having the ultimate Hollywood dream that she feels she's entitled to. This is what they look like, and this is how they're represented.
Yeah, and they're behind an automated door that like it opens. It opens, and they have to address them through this glass window with that intercom there. They don't move. They don't say anything. They just sit there and watch. And
yes,
and the guy in front of the glass kind of just, he's the one who sort of comes up with it. He's like, do you want us to cancel everything? And they don't say anything. It's like, well, but should we? I guess that's what we'll do. I'll let them know to just shut it all down. And he leaves, the door opens and everything. They don't move. They just sit there watching him, right?
Yeah, they don't even give him explicit directives. It's just like, you have to figure out what we want as well. So everything about it is very ambiguous and opaque on purpose, because part of her fantasy here is to like, this is how Hollywood works. There's no way to understand it. Everything's arbitrary. Everything's underhanded. Everything's strange. Everything is manipulative and like this top-down mafia-like control over things, deciding people's fates, and we can't know or understand their motivations.
Yeah, but for some reason, they really don't want her to succeed.
Yes, exactly.
Essentially,
even though she's perfect and amazing, and like, how could they not?
Yeah, exactly.
Rodrigo says it's not discussed enough how funny and terrifying the movie is. Yes, that's one of the things we've been trying to highlight as much as possible here, is that the movie is very funny. I like the coffee scene is pretty funny in a surreal sense, and we're going to get even more funny scenes. I think all the funniest scenes tend to belong to the director character.
Yes. Oh my god, dude. The scene with Billy Ray Cyrus is like, I find that absolutely hilarious, because the music is a lot of fun. And then it's like, Billy Ray Cyrus is such a bad actor, but but it fits so well for this part.
I don't know. I think he plays the part well.
I think he does. I think he really does. It's
part of what. So we'll get to it in a second. I don't.
Part of what makes it so good is how bad it is. You know, like, that's like how bald faced and kind of like just sort of like matter of fact.
Yeah. Well, what's kind of funny about. Okay, because he's going to eventually discover his wife cheating on him with Billy Ray Cyrus, who appears to just be a pool cleaner guy, but he's all buff and everything. So she's cheating on him. And what's kind of extra funny about the scene is that he seems actually kind of nice. you know,
Yeah.
except that he's doing this homewreckery shit. He's actually like seems kind of
He's
nice
like the
and
voice of
understanding.
reason, which is
Yeah,
like
exactly.
what's he doing? He's probably upset, Lorraine.
Exactly. He's like, yeah, he's not a bad guy, and that kind of makes it worse from the director's perspective, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Well, and like
it's
I
pretty
love
funny.
the line later on where you sort of find out that it's true, that like what happened there is sort of true, where like the director says like, she got the pool boy, I got the pool. I wanted to
Hmm.
send that judge, a fruit basket or something. It's like,
Yeah,
yeah, it's funny. It's really funny.
yeah. So after this, we now see a scene that I remember, like on a rewatch. I'm like, what the fuck was the point of this scene? And then by the end, I'm like, oh, I think it's just a sort of funny, goofy series of unfortunate events, just establishing this hitman guy. Like, but
Yes.
anyway,
Yeah.
so I have questions about it. So we cut to some random, not especially nice apartment or not apartment office building in Los Angeles, and a guy wearing like a sort of leather jacket is talking to his friend behind a desk. They're just kind of shooting the shit about things that aren't especially relevant, and then he's like, "Hey, like, what's that you got on your desk there?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, it's so and so's black book." So presumably a book full of all people's names and addresses and phone numbers and things like that. As soon as he discovers that that's what that is,
The
he
history of
think,
the world, he says. This scene is
yeah,
also really funny too, though, because like they're laughing about some story that they're telling. Right? He hasn't. You don't hear the story. You just hear them. Like it opens in on them laughing, and he's like, "What a story, man!
yeah,
Yeah, that's
great
crazy.
story, Mark. Yeah,
Yeah." What a story, Mark. Yeah, and like it cuts in on that, right? And then they're laughing about it. They're talking. And he goes, "Yeah, but that story isn't that funny?" He goes, "Hey, isn't that his little black book?" He's like, "Yeah, man, the history of the world." And then he shoots him in the
pulls
head.
out a gun with a silencer, and it's a very much a movie silencer, which I actually think works quite well in this movie
Yes.
because this is all kind of a fantasy to a degree. So that things operate with like very much Hollywood movie logic and not realism actually quite works, especially in this first two-thirds of the movie. So he pulls out the gun with the comically quiet silencer and he shoots him, and then he grabs a little black book. I like the detail that this little black book is described as containing the history of the world. It's like all powerful and has everything. You know what I mean? It's like
Yes.
if you had, it's a very Hollywood sort of idea, right? Like if you have everyone's contact information, if you're connected, if you're in the know, you know all these people's names and numbers and addresses, you have power over everything, essentially. Like that's how the world works in Hollywood is sort of how the movie presents it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Absolutely.
he's after that, and he's willing to kill for it. So he shoots the guy, and then when he's grabbing it, he accidentally pulls the trigger again. This is where we get to the sort of slapsticky element of this sequence. He pulls the trigger again, it goes through the wall, and you hear a woman scream on the other side. And he's like, "God damn it!" And so he has to go over to the next
And
office
she's just
to
like
deal.
writhing around and going like, ugh, oh, oh, and then like he opens the door. She just looks right at him. Something bit me bad.
Yeah, like she doesn't even
Oh.
know she's been shot. She just thinks something bit her. And so he has to dispose of her now because she's been shot. And so he has, well, first of all, instead of like shooting her instantly, he like tries to like wrestle her and bring her back to the other office instead. And so there's like a slapstick sort of
Because he has to stage it
scrappy
like
fight is the word.
he tries to stage it like a suicide and shoots her,
Yeah.
right? And so then he has to stage it like a murder suicide now that he shot her. So he has to drag her alive back into the room and
Yes.
kill her there so that it would make sense that she's in there. Otherwise, like so he has to stage it like a murder suicide. So he starts dragging her in there, but when he's dragging her in there and she's struggling, the janitor is down the hallway with a vacuum watching him do it.
Yeah, and he's like, "Oh man, I need your help. She's looking real bad. You need to call a doctor, bro." And he's just staring at her because it's so obvious that she's being dragged away against her will. And he's like, "She needs help. Call a doctor, man. Call 911." And so he pulls her into the room, and then he kills her. Makes it, like you said, makes it seem like some sort of terrible murder suicide type thing. And then the janitor guy walks into the room as well, so now he has to shoot him. And so he shoots him, and then he shoots the vacuum,
Well,
right?
he shoots the janitor, who stumbles backward out of the scene, which is
Yeah.
really funny
Yeah.
too, because he
Yeah.
doesn't show back up. And then the
No.
vacuum is going really loud, and he's feeling good about himself. So he decides to shoot the vacuum, and when he does, an electric surge runs through the vacuum to the building, and it activates an
Causes an
alarm
alarm to go
system.
off.
A fire alarm starts going off, and so he
Yeah.
has to just grab the book and leave out of the
Through the
fire
fire escape.
escape.
Yeah.
And it's like
The,
it's
the
such
whole
a,
thing is a very ridiculous, slapsticky like series of mistakes and wacky accidents. So, what did we? So, this is the hitman that Diane hires at the end of the movie to kill Camilla in real life, right? So,
yes, in real life, this is who. Yeah, in the third act, we find out this guy is real. Um,
so
what do we make of this one? I like that. I like the levity that it adds. This one's the
yeah,
trickiest for me to sort of like.
because this doesn't feel like it's part of the fantasy. It
No.
just feels like this is real life.
Yeah.
Like like that's. I mean, it's over the top. So okay, what's the best case you could make for this being part of her fantasy illusion dream world? That this guy that she hired is actually sort of wacky and incompetent? Like,
the
what is
the
that?
best case argument I can make for this is that this is her sort of realizing that she's made a bunch of mistakes, right? That like this wasn't the perfect crime that she thought it would be by just like meeting the guy at the Winkies or anything. There's a trail
Mhm.
that's going to lead back to her that she wasn't quite expecting, and it's sort
Yeah.
of like the realization that she's caught, which the only supplemental thing that I can give that sort of like supports that is that
Oh,
later on there's the woman who says those two detectives came by looking for you, right?
yeah.
So like clearly there's a connection. Clearly somebody has like obviously
Yeah,
she's
so
been caught by the end of the movie, right?
a couple people, Kyle R. and Rodrigo, both mentioned that she's imagining that he's maybe so incompetent that he would have failed, and maybe she actually didn't die. That's a thought.
That is a thought too. That also makes sense. That's
The
fair.
other thought is that this is functioning a bit more like the scene in Winky's with Eyebrow Man, the one that, Naomi Watts is not in either, where this is something like her subconscious trying to tell her something, about like, the something in her is saying that like, hey, this is spiraling out of control. This is getting out of hand.
Yeah.
Like what seemed like the perfect crime is actually spiraling out of control. That things don't go according to plan, and that it's like a warning or something trying to tell her that like, hey, this is getting out of control in a comical fashion. Um, it's this one's a little like both of those like kind of work for
Yeah.
me, but something about it still feels like I don't
Yeah.
I don't
And but so
completely buy it.
it's worth noting the black book is not going to come back. No, that's not gonna come back later on in the movie, and there is only there's two more scenes. We've already discussed the second one. There's one more scene with the hitman later on, also outside of the Winkies. Diane is not in it, or maybe she is. I don't know.
Mhm. There's a woman who seems a lot like her
Yes.
in it,
Yeah. But
but
she's like
we'll get to
a
that.
junkie prostitute. Yeah. So this is the part where I feel like maybe establishing the hitman character as an incompetent boob is like maybe that worked better when this was a pilot for a TV show and this guy was going to be
Mhm.
fleshed out a little bit more.
Yeah.
Um as it is, it's sort of like a comic relief. I am going to like Yeah. Oh, he's a the guy who gets shot is a casting agent. Thank you.
Okay.
Man Gilbert, I think. Yeah, the guy who
At
gets
Gilbert.
Man. Yeah,
Man Gilbert.
Man Gilbert. You got
Thank
a
you,
good
man.
take. Yeah, no, he's a casting agent. So there's some level of involvement in the conspiracy. You know, the fantasized coping mechanism conspiracy, but it's not. Yeah. Yeah. She's
This
a.
one doesn't. This one
This one
seems
is harder
a little,
to graft
just a
on. Yeah.
little weaker. It's possible to fit it in, but something about it, just the feeling I get watching it, is that this feels like we're breaking out of the fantasy just to show a scene establishing the hitman. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
the fantasy that he's kind of an incompetent boob, but he's not incompetent in a way that he fails to kill people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he might. It's
It's
like
incompetent in that he gets caught, right? And probably like
yeah,
rolls
or
on her,
that
you
he
know?
makes a big mess, and so it feels maybe a bit more like something of a I don't know, but I don't. This doesn't feel like her fantasy to me. It just doesn't feel that way.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to reconcile this one. I think that this is the one that I like I'm the least confident, you know. I
Yeah,
feel yeah.
it's funny though.
It
It's
is
a
really
fun little
funny.
sequence. I enjoy it. Something bit me bad. Yeah, it's a good time. So um, next we see Betty. She's on the phone with her aunt, and she's saying that like, oh, this is where we get that bit where
Yeah,
she's
about
like,
I
oh,
got a real shock to see your friend Rita in the shower.
and she's like, that's not my friend. We should call the police. And she's like, no, no, why would we don't need to call the police? Like she needs help, kind of thing. Like we don't need to get the police involved. I'll deal with it. She's very kind. She's very helpful and understanding. Of course, this is her fantasy image of herself. And she comes back into the room, and is this where Rita admits that she doesn't know who she is, or did that happen already?
No, I think
I
this
think this is
is
what.
where it happens, yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. So she admits
She
she
says
doesn't
like
know.
I thought sleep would help me. I thought if I slept I would remember, but I don't know. I don't know what I was doing. I don't know who I am, you know.
Yeah,
And
and
this
so
is where the mystery, you know, the noirish mystery like of Betty being the hero. This is where that kicks off, right? Like she's like, "Oh,
yeah.
well we could figure it out."
Yeah, so part of the other part of the fantasy, not just being a hero, but like being her life being intertwined with this like romantic in a dark noir sort of sense, but still sort of romantic mystery where she's going to help this person figure out who she is and ooh, and she's involved in this network of like, deception and crime and all that sort of stuff. That as a sort of romantic fantasy idea as well, that her life is like a movie
Yes.
is is a big part of this fantasy as well. Because it's not just that she comes to Hollywood and she makes it. There's also this like, ooh, there's this like romance and intrigue and mystery and like, oh, I get to help someone figure out who they are and they're rich and wealthy and like people are after them and it's like, ooh, it's a titillating idea for her. And so she's like, well, why don't you go through your purse? Maybe there's a clue about who you are in that. And this is like, if you take all this on its face, you're like, why the fuck hasn't she looked in her purse yet? You know,
Yeah.
like she's trying to, she doesn't know who she is. She has a purse with her. She knows that. She hasn't looked in her purse for an ID. But when you realize this is just kind of like a poorly written fantasy that this woman is concocting for herself,
Yeah.
it's like, oh yeah, that's it. It has very like it has bad movie logic, but intentionally and deliberately. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
And so she's like, why don't you look through your purse? Maybe you'll find a clue. And she's hesitant to do it, but then she opens her purse and she is fucking loaded with cash.
Yeah, man. Oh
Stacks
yeah,
and
she
stacks.
starts God, when they start pulling all the gobs of money out of the purse, it's like the tension. He really knows how to drive like a noirish sort of tension home with this
Hmm.
kind of thing. Like they start pulling out all the money and they're like looking at each other weird, and then they pull the blue key out with everything else. right?
Yes. I'm like,
And
ooh, what's that?
yeah, and it's got a really interesting little sci-fi looking design. Feels like it's a leftover prop from his Dune set. It's like it's cool. It's really neat. I like it.
There's a little triangle in the handle, but there's also a moon.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a moonness to it anyway. And so this movie does a lot with like close-up shots of people's eyes staring at each other. And this scene is a good example of that.
Yes, it is.
The stare down with the mobsters and the director, but like throughout the movie, there's a lot of like tight close-ups of people's eyes staring at each other, and so there's a tension here because there's like a bit of like oh my gosh, you have all this money, you can imagine what's running through Betty's mind here, right? So we've established that there's a weird, mysterious blue key, and that in her purse she's absolutely loaded with cash. That's all we know at this point. Something's going on, but we don't know what. Next, we cut to like a chili dog stand parking lot. Where
Isn't it the Winky's parking lot?
no, no, it is not. We see a sign. It says "Made Special for Pinks Coffee." There's a sign that says "Chili Dogs." It's like a hot dog stand restaurant. It is not Winky's.
Oh, okay. That throws my whole interpretation a little bit further. Like, yeah.
So
Another scene that feels a little bit like Kyle R put it as a plot orphan from the pilot. Like,
yeah.
yeah. So this
So
is the hitman meeting with somebody else, another guy, and a junkie prostitute who seems very much like the real Diane Selwyn, in a lot of ways.
yes.
Yeah.
So she also kind of has short hair, like Betty does, but Diane, when we'll see her in the final act of the movie, Naomi Watts, when we see her at the end, she won't have this nice, like, beautiful, sort of sculpted blonde hair. It's a bit rattier. She looks like a junkie. We don't see her do drugs, but it's not hard to imagine that she's kind of on drugs as well in the final act of the movie. And she looks a little worn out. And so there's a character in this scene where the hitman is talking to this sort of junkie prostitute that looks a little bit like she's supposed to evoke Naomi Watts in the final act of the movie, but it's not her, it's a different actress. And he's asking her questions like, "Hey, have you seen any new girls on the street recently?" There's the implication that he's looking for
Rita, yeah.
for Rita, right? So, okay, and she's like, "No, I haven't seen anyone." And he's basically like, "Well, keep an eye out," kind of thing. I think that's all that they really say there, right?
She says, I'll sure keep an eye out. And he goes, "Yeah, I know you will." And he puts her in the back of the van and he gives her an ass pat,
Yeah.
as you do.
So, okay, what is
See, this is the thing that I'm like, I don't know how to do this one, right? Like, this one is a little trickier because if it's not I thought this was the Winky's parking lot, same place where the eyebrow man passes out because he sees the bum in the alley. And so I was like, okay, this is sort of like somehow another subconscious thing of her not ready to realize what it is that she's done. This one feels the most out of place, and I don't think that it needs to be here. Like, this is one of the ones where I'm like, I think you could have cut this scene and nothing would have changed.
Yes, okay, here's what's interesting about it, right? Because there's if we're just thinking about the noir mystery so far, not as a fantasy, but just as a story in and of itself, we already have the powers that be. Like these are high up people, if they're criminals, they're high end criminals, right? Organized crime, mafia adjacent. They're looking for Rita in this noir mystery story. Obviously, she's connected with them. She has a bunch of money, potentially like she stole it from them or something along those lines. They were going to have her killed and she managed to escape, but now she doesn't know who she is. And so the powers that be are looking for her. Also, there's an incompetent boob of a hitman looking for her. What is that adding?
Yeah, that I don't think this scene adds anything worthwhile, really. Like, I don't think it's necessary. I think
'Cause
it's
we already know they're after her. In the logic that this is an actual like a story, right? A noir story. What is an incompetent boob of a hitman also looking for her adding to the story?
not much, really.
Not
Honestly,
much.
not
Now,
much.
in the fantasy, from the perspective of, you know, what what Diane wants to be true and or her subconscious is trying to scream at her is actually true. How does this scene and these two scenes with this hitman, what is it adding?
I don't think it. This is a really difficult one to sort of explain. You know,
Yeah.
like this one, I think this is one of the times where, like, I think it's a relic of the pilot, and
Yeah.
I don't think it's accomplishing anything except to sort of obscure what you're doing with the rest of the film. I think this is one of those
Yeah.
ones where, like, maybe I understand that you'd already shot it. I understand that it was maybe going to go somewhere, if the show had
Mhm.
gotten picked up, but I think we get rid of it,
I
you
think
know.
so too, because I just have a hard time imagining how this functions as part of the illusion.
It's really difficult to, like, so if this is a representation of Diane, right? Like, what is
Okay,
at work here,
so,
right? Like,
well, the slapstick comedy of errors that happened earlier, if that's an aspect of Diane, it's like, oh, she can she thinks she's cut out for this criminal world, but really things are gonna spiral out of control because she's not actually good at this. You
yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah.
So maybe there's a part of her subconscious trying to tell her like, "Hey, like you're like things are gonna get out of control
Well, it's
fast.
a
You're
little
not
bit
cut
like,
out for this."
if you've ever had the dream of, like, you have a test and you're not prepared for it, but you're in the room
Yeah,
anyway. Like that kind.
yeah,
Like, there's
yeah,
it's a little bit like that, right? Where, except instead of a math test, it's a murder, right?
yeah,
Like, that one. You can explain it away and kind of be like, yeah, it's a little abstract, and it's adding some slapstick value to the thing, and it's establishing the hitman as a sort of character, an incompetent character, but it is also accomplishing something, um, like, psychological, right? Like, in the dream logic. This one, this one doesn't have
yeah,
that. Like, I struggle to find anything really. Like,
yeah, yeah. I think we'll leave it at that for now. I'm not really sure how to fit that one into the puzzle. So next, we're going to cut back and forth between two scenes. Scene
it's
number
real
one.
quick. Matt Gilbert wanted to say that this scene is reflective of how she sees herself. That so there's a red lamp next to her phone, more prostitution imagery. She sees herself as a prostitute.
There's a red lamp next to the phone.
Is that, like, the red lamp
What
next to the
phone?
phone in, like, the house, or in the apartment? I assume you mean by the end of the movie.
Oh
Um,
yeah, but okay.
yeah, like, so she sees her. So if she sees herself as a prostitute, and she's sort of like pointing the sleazy hitman, towards Camilla.
Mhm.
I guess,
But she doesn't point in towards Camilla.
yeah,
Yeah, he asks her for information. She's just like, I no, I haven't seen anyone. Keep an
yeah,
eye out for me. Okay.
yeah, and then they're gone from the movie until,
Then they're gone.
yeah,
Yeah, it does feel a kind of like leftovers from something that maybe was going to do more.
yeah,
Yeah, obviously that there's something of her feeling like a prostitute. I think sure, there's a little bit of that, and maybe she even does resort to that or something like that in real life. I still don't think this scene really
yeah,
communicates that.
I don't think this scene does a very good job of communicating that. Yeah.
So next, we're sort of cutting back and forth between two scenes. Scene number one is the director, Adam. He's on the phone, and his assistant's like, "Hey, they're shutting down production of this movie. You got to come down here and do something about it." And he's like, "No, I'm going home." Like, no, you got to. come on, people are counting on you. They're shutting down production. No one's sure what's going on. You got to come down here. He says, no, I'm going home. That's scene number one. What we're cutting back and forth between is Betty with Rita saying like, when you think about the money and the key, does anything come to mind? She's like, something, I'm not sure. And eventually she has that realization, like she remembers Mulholland Drive. That she
Yes.
was she was driving on Mulholland Drive, and Betty's like, maybe that's where the accident took place. We should go back there. And she's like, no, I don't want to go back. And she's like, oh, come on. Betty is like, oh, come on, I can help you out. Like, we gotta pull the threads on this mystery. We gotta figure out what's going on here. But she remembers Mulholland Drive. That's all she has as far as clues go at this point. So next scene we get to is a pretty fun sequence where Adam comes home and he's wandering through his house and he stumbles into the bedroom and he sees his wife in bed with Billy Ray Cyrus. And immediately they're like, what are you doing here? Like,
well,
he's
now
in the
you've
wrong.
done it. I love how she's just like, well, you've done it now. And then
Yeah.
Billy Ray Cyrus is just like, just forget you ever saw it. It'd be better if you hadn't.
Yeah.
It's so like casual. Like he's got his arms crossed. Like
he doesn't get up. He's not scared. He's not defensive. Really, it's so casual.
yeah,
like,
and it's
just
playing a
leave.
fun little jazzy tune. You know, a classic
Yes.
like Angelo Badalamenti kind of thing. You know.
Yeah, it feels like the music that accompanies Audrey in a lot of season 1 of Twin Peaks, and so. Like she's such a bitch that immediately she's like, now you've done it. Like, what are you doing here? Like, he's in the wrong for catching her cheating, essentially. I kind of like that he doesn't say a word in this, the director.
Yeah.
It's kind of it's a very funny, sort of almost like silent film kind of performance he gives here. And like everything's just so casual, and then he makes up his mind right then and there that like how he's going to get back is not by saying anything, not by trying to fight the guy. He just goes into the closet and grabs a jewelry box, and she's like,
what
that's
are you
my
doing?
jewelry.
That's my jewelry.
And he just leaves. He walks all the way through the house. He gets to the garage. He's looking around. He finds a big thing of pink paint, and he comes and brings it back to the kitchen. She like puts on clothes and runs out there. Well, first she's putting on clothes. Like, what's he doing? What's going on? And he's like, well, what, you know the line. What does he say? Billy Ray Cyrus.
he's like, he's probably upset, Lorraine.
Yeah. There's something very comical about how like, well, be realistic. He's upset, and you can understand that, right? He's just. And so she runs out into the kitchen, and he's pouring big, thick, goopy pink paint into all of her expensive jewelry, which one can imagine he helped buy for her by being successful and all that sort of stuff. And he's getting revenge. He's pouring the pink paint all over it. And then she tries to attack him or like tries to stop him, and he sort of grabs her and throws her on the counter. Billy Ray Cyrus comes out, and he has a really funny line here too. Do you remember it?
That's no way to treat your wife.
I don't care what she did.
Yeah, I don't care what she did. That's no way to treat your wife, buddy.
And so he has to fight him now because he like.
And he's so much smaller than him too. Is like he just gets like absolutely clowned on.
Yeah,
it's
pretty funny.
He gets his nose bloodied, and then he just like leaves and drives away. His
without
clothes,
saying a word.
Yeah, his clothes are covered in like pink paint now, and
things are unraveling for him fast. You could say.
And he doesn't say anything throughout the whole scene. You've already mentioned that, but it's like it adds to the comedy of it.
Yeah,
it's. I
really like him in this movie. Is it Justin Theroux? Is that his name? Yeah, very good in this movie. We're not far away from my favorite scene in the entire movie, and it's one that he's in. So after that sequence, which we've talked about a little already, okay, so obviously what literally happens is pretty obvious. It's funny, it's amusing. What is this in terms of the fantasy? If you're about to tell me that you got to be right back, I will speculate.
I was thinking about it, but I do want to answer this question. So
Go for it.
Again, I think it's a little bit of a dual a little bit of a dual purpose kind of situation. I think it's a little that like in the fantasy, Diane is sort of humiliating the one who took her, perceived lover, whether, um,
Yeah.
but I also think that this is a little bit of Diane. I think this is a little bit of Diane confronting that Camilla left her, or that Camilla is with the other guy. Like she doesn't dislike the director. I think we kind of figure that out, right? Like later, it's
Yeah.
like it's not really his fault that any like because we'll see them share that lingering look
Yeah.
on the set a little bit later. None of this is really his fault to her, right? She's just like, oh, he was, and I think that to her, especially from a more blue collar small country town, Billy Ray Cyrus with his mullet and his big arms and his successful plumbing career or pool cleaning career, like
Yeah.
that guy doesn't represent like somebody evil or somebody like menacing or anything.
No.
He's just a nice humble guy who happened to, like she doesn't hold any particular ill will with him. He's pretty understanding and well-rounded. I think it's just like that represents her idea of who took Camilla away from her. And
Mhm.
I think that's like her sort of acting out this like this spitefulness a little bit and kind of
Petty,
just yeah.
spiteful, yeah. Not
Yeah.
that he's super, you know what I mean, but like how he handles it.
Yeah.
And also as part of the larger story of like, okay, so if this is her, that's the sort of angle of if this is her vision of what the director is. If this is her, then this is, obviously we're piling up indignities and humiliations and things unraveling that are beyond her control, right? So first the mafia is like, no, you have to pick this woman, it's not up to you, you're losing agency and control. And now all of a sudden the sort of like the love life that you thought you had, or the, you know what I mean,
yeah. The life that
the
you thought
romance.
you had, yeah, the romance, the life, the like the success that you thought you had is gone basically like in an instant. It's undermined immediately. Matt Gilbert is
Yeah,
saying that none of this is her and he says in quotes dream. I
I disagree
I
with that.
disagree
I
with that.
think,
Yeah, I understand that like because this also has that kernel of truth, right? Because later on in Act 3, we're gonna hear that like she actually is what this director's wife actually did leave him for a pool boy, right?
mhm.
But I
So
don't
that's where
think.
she's basing that
Yeah, I think that's
on.
what she's basing it off of. I don't think that you can definitively say that this isn't part of the dream because it still follows dream logic, right?
Yeah.
Like it's
He doesn't
very
say a
yeah.
word. The pink paint, like pink is a color very much associated with the idealized version of
Yes.
Naomi Watts with Betty. She wears pink constantly. She's got like pink lipstick and the pink cardigan and everything like that. And so the pink and blue are colors. Pink, red, and blue. Those sort of colors are throughout the movie. And I think the blue is tends to be more of an indication of like the other side or the real side, or like, you know what I mean. That's why the key and the box, the unlocks, the mystery, all the things that are real, so to speak, much are associated with blue.
Yes. Yeah.
So I feel like this totally works as her dream in a sense, because like she clearly identifies with the director character to a degree. Like when she heard that he got left by his wife for the pool boy or whatever, she feels like that's what happened to her to a degree with Camilla, right? And
Yeah.
we've already sort of established that she thinks that the reason Camilla and people like her are successful and that she isn't successful is because of like weird amorphous powers that be that even the director is sort of, at the whims of, right? And so to the degree that this is her in her dream, it's like, well, not only am I not getting the career success I want because the powers that be are, interfering and they have their own desires and stuff like that that I can't understand. Also, like my love life is crumbling around me. Like his sort of arc of like losing everything in the dream, like because that doesn't like that sort of maps on to what happens with Diane
Yeah,
to a
I like
degree.
because it doesn't map on to what happened in reality, right? Like he didn't get threatened by a obscure mafia-like organization to cast Camilla in his movie. That
Yes.
didn't really happen.
No,
Um,
he just chose Camilla because he liked her.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
like, and he never went into hiding in a hotel and had all of his credit cards artificially maxed out and his bank accounts frozen and everything. That never
They
actually
control the
happened.
banks, Hugh.
They can. What are you talking about? These are Italians. No, but yeah, no, like none of that really, none of that happened. This is, I think, this is very, very much still within the fantasy
Yes.
of all of it. Yeah.
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 Part of this unraveling.
Okay,
The Dark
now
Master.
I'm in a BRB.
All right, you do that. You BRB. The Dark Master says, maybe I'm stupid, but wasn't there a video of you guys reviewing The Way of Water? What happened to that? Unless I'm mistaken, it's still up. We covered it last year when we were talking about all the Oscars movies. So it should be there. We talked about that and oh god, what's it called? The Spielberg movie. The Fablemans. We talked about those two together, so those should be still up somewhere on the channel. I don't see why they wouldn't be. Anyway, if you're having trouble finding it, maybe I accidentally unlisted them or something, but they should still be up. Anywho, back to Mulholland Drive. So we just had the fun slaps, the sort of comedy scene with Billy Ray Cyrus, where the director finds out that his wife's cheating on him. So this is part of his spiral where everything he thought he had is unraveling, right? So now it is time for Betty and Rita to try and do some investigating. We're trying to pull the threads on this mystery. So she thinks that I'm trying to remember why they go to the diner. I know Betty mentions that she wants to go to the diner because, like, oh, I just got to LA and I haven't even been able to see any of it yet. So come on, let's go out to the diner. Oh, right, that's right. They're going to look at the newspaper and they're going to try and determine if anything about her accident was in the paper. So they go to Winky's diner and they sit down at the same table where a lot of things happen in this movie. And she's looking in the paper and they're like, nothing about the accident. Oh, they use a payphone. That's right. They use a payphone and they call the police and Betty gets to show her acting chops. And she's very proud of herself in this scene for how clever she is. She calls the police and she concocts this idea to, like, oh, I know. I'll pretend to be someone who lives on Mulholland Drive and I'll say, hey, I heard this noise. It sounded like a car crash last night. Was there a crash on Mulholland Drive? And the police officer's like, oh, yes, there was. And she's like, well, like, do you know anything about what happened? And she's like, and the police officer says, like, can I ask for your name? And she hangs up immediately. So we get to, this is more of her fantasy as being a very, very good actress and being a very clever girl, and she's like, trying to solve this mystery. And so then they go into the diner. She's looking in the newspaper, doesn't find any information. However, Rita sees the name tag of the waitress, who also has short, kind of blondish hair, and her name is Diane. And Rita thinks that maybe that was her name. She comes to the realization that maybe my name is Diane because something just sort of clicked about that. So they look up in the phone book and they find a Diane at
Diane Selwyn. That name.
Yes,
That name in
specifically.
particular rings a bell. She says, "Oh yeah, Diane Selwyn. I know that name." Yeah.
Yes, and so they call that number. They look it up in the phone book. They call the number for Diane Selwyn, and it's not her voice.
It's not Rita's voice. There's an answering machine. It's not Rita's voice, but let's not lose hope.
Yeah, because maybe that could be your roommate or
Yeah.
something, is what she says. Question: whose voice is that?
It's Naomi Watts.
You know?
It's Diane.
Yeah. Thank you. That's what I thought, but I couldn't quite tell in the moment. I didn't feel like rewinding it. Yes, I thought it was Naomi Watts' voice. Yes. Ooh, so that's a clue. Something's going on here. There's a part of, so she's trying to unravel this mystery, that the degree to which this fantasy, this illusion, this dream is a wish fulfillment fantasy for her. It's like, well, obviously I'm the sort of compassionate, clever hero and everyone likes me and I'm going to help this woman solve this mystery. But she doesn't have full control of it. Her subconscious is always sending her little reminders of like who she actually is, right? And what who she actually is in the story. So like there's all this playing around with names, right? That the woman at the diner who looks a little bit like her is named Diane. It's like, I think my name was Diane. And then she calls the number and it's her voice on the other end. It's like there's little glimpses, there's little like whispers. Something's
Yeah.
trying to tell her something through this fantasy that she's concocted for herself. Meanwhile, a big tubby Italian goon guy goes to the director Adam's house looking for Adam, finds his crazy ex-wife who tries to attack him, and he dispatches him and
Billy Ray Cyrus, yes,
Billy Ray
with
Cyrus with
relative
these.
ease. I mean, like he's
It's pretty
huge.
funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny how it's just sort of and why is he going there to look for him? Who knows? It's because of essentially a threat that he needs to make of like you better cast this girl in your picture.
hmm Yeah.
Yeah, but
And so
he's
the
not
part
there.
of this part of the fantasy is like, they're gonna beat you up. They're gonna attack you if you don't do what they say. They mean business. And this big goon, he never comes back into the movie, but there he
Yeah.
is. So now we learned that at a shitty hotel downtown, um, Adam,
Cookies.
is it called Cookies?
I'm just gonna call it Cookies because that's the guy who owns the hotel, and I like.
Uh,
I don't know why I like that side character so much, but I just like I like that his name is Cookie. The fun name. He's
he's trying to help him out. He seems like a good guy.
yeah.
He reminds me a little bit of the landlord.
Yes.
Like just a nice kind of person. A nice little side character that's trying to be friendly and help out. So he's at the hotel, and then the guy who runs it comes up to him and it's like, "Hey, there's two guys looking for you, and they called me to say that your credit card was maxed out." And then Adam's like, "I pay you with cash." Like, what
Yeah.
are you talking about? He's like, I know. I'm just telling you that they're after you and they know where you are."
Yeah.
He's like, "Okay." Then he gets a call from his assistant, and his assistant is telling him like, "Hey, I got a call from guys that like they need to speak with you." And this is obviously to do with the whole casting conundrum. And so she says like they want you to go meet with the
Do you know
cowboy.
somebody named the Cowboy? They
Yeah.
want you to go meet with him, and he's like, "Do they want me to wear my spurs and take my six shooter?"
Hold on, I want to remember exactly what he says. Like, do you know someone called the cowboy? He's like, the cowboy? He's like, yeah, the cowboy. This guy, the cowboy, he wants to see you. Jason said he thought it would be a good idea. And he's like, oh, Jason thought it would be a good idea for me to go see the cowboy. Should I wear my 10-gallon hat and my six shooters?
Yeah.
I like how sassy the director is. He's funny. I like him. I feel like he's one of the more relatable characters in the movie, honestly. He's quite funny. And so he's like, listen, the assistant says like something's telling me this guy's connected to what's happening. I think you should go meet with him.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, fine. Where do I meet the cowboy? He's like, do I have to ride out to the range? And she's like, sort of, funny boy. He's like, you have to go to the top of Beechwood Canyon. There's a corral up there where he'll be. And he's like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. And he's like, fine, I'll go meet with the cowboy. You know,
Yeah, and then
all
she
that sort of
starts
stuff.
flirting with him, throwing her in a kind of a, and he
You can
turns her
stay with me if
down.
you want.
Yeah, you can stay with me if you want. I'm not up to anything. Yeah, got a spare room and all. Is he kind of gives her the whole like, I don't think that'd be a very good idea. Like the polite rejection.
Light refusal of her
Of her
advances. Yeah,
advances. Yeah, which is again like I think it's part of the fantasy that Diane is constructing about herself, that she's like better than she actually is, right? Like
yeah,
I think that that's what that is meant to be. Um,
sure. Yes. Next scene, So they're looking up. This is Betty and Rita again. They're looking up, trying to figure out where her apartment is. This Diane Selwyn, and then they get a knock from the door, and there's a mysterious old woman, older woman, I should say, wearing like a shawl over her head, kind of thing, and she portends ominous things, like something bad is going to happen. She's like a weird harbinger
Yeah.
of like a bad omen of what's going to happen. It's kind of a funny thing. It's I love this scene. The scene's really funny because she's like, "Who's here with you? Something bad is going to happen." All these things, and obviously Betty's treating this like she's pretty freaked out by it.
Well, and I think what's interesting about it is that like when Coco shows up to sort of like diffuse the situation, right? And she says like,
Mhm.
"Oh no, this is Betty." That's the name of who. Yeah, this is Betty. She's the one who's gonna like. She's staying at her aunt's place. This is her niece.
Yeah,
She goes, "No,
yeah,
no, that's not who is in danger. Not Betty." It's like a
yeah,
very specific thing about like the name is incorrect, right? Like
yeah,
it is not Betty who's in danger. It is Diane, essentially,
yeah.
like is the thing. And she looks over at Rita, and she doesn't say who it is. Looks over at Rita, and like then gets led away, adding a little bit to the mystery. She kind of functions a little like the log lady from Twin Peaks,
A little
which
bit.
is kind of a nice touch, bringing that back.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, it's this is the subconscious creeping in into this facade she has.
yes,
Like, no, no, something's wrong. Something's not right here. People aren't who they say they are. Someone's in danger. Something bad's going to happen. And then the way her mind tries to like put this away is that Coco comes along. It's like, oh, huh, this is just the crazy neighbor. Don't worry about her. Everything's fine. Anyway, here's the lines for that new great audition you have coming up. It's kind of comical how much Coco is the part of her mind that's trying to smooth this over
yeah,
and be like, don't worry about that. That's nothing. That like that ominous harbinger of
of doom.
evil.
Yeah,
Don't worry about that. You gotta study these lines. You got a big role coming up, sweetheart. Anyway, good night. it's it's pretty funny. So then we get to uh I'm gonna say it's my favorite scene in the whole movie when the director Adam goes to meet with the cowboy. I think this scene is perfect. I think every word of it is perfect. I love it so very much. This
this
is
one is
kind of
tied for me probably with the Club Silencio scene. I really
it's
like that.
between those
Yeah,
two.
those,
It's
but
between
like
those
it's
two.
right. It's basically neck and neck. Yeah,
This and the Club Silencio scenes are the two that even the first time I watched it when I was like, what the fuck am I watching? Is this all gonna tie together? Is this just weird for being weird? Even when I had that feeling when I watched those two scenes, I was like, oh, that's great though. That's a great little scene. So uh, the cowboy. The cowboy, I wanna you know what? I wanna read this scene all the way through because it's not terribly long, but it this feels so David Lynch to me,
yeah.
this whole scene. Okay. So he goes out, he drives all the way up to Beechwood Canyon. You've lived in LA before. Is that far
It's a
from
hike.
downtown
Yeah,
LA?
I mean at
Yeah.
that time of night it wouldn't be as bad, but yeah, it'd be a bit of a
It's a
hike.
ways.
Yeah.
Right. So, there's a light flickering on this sort of like corral thing with it, it's got the skull of the cow, the bull or whatever on it, and the light's flickering, and then it flicks on, and then coming out of the darkness is a man dressed as a cowboy. I want to show you a picture for the fine people at home so they can see how this guy's dressed because it's very funny to me. It's a strange costume choice, but I quite like it. So, wait a minute. Is that it? Yeah. Okay. There it is. Boom, boom, boom. Send it to you. So I'm going to read through the scene because I think every word of this is amazing. So he says, howdy. And Adam says, howdy to you. In the sort of like sardonic reply. He's like, beautiful evening. Sure want to thank you for coming all the way up to see me from that nice hotel downtown. Like, no problem. So what's on your mind? He says, well, now, here's a man who wants to get right down to it. I just love every line of dialogue is so funny in this scene. Like because okay, it's there's a really interesting disconnect. He's sort of warm and friendly, but there's something very sort of threatening about his whole presence, and like if you're not taking this seriously, things are going to go very bad for you. And of course, Adam feels like, this is all just like
Theater.
this whole
Yeah, like this is
circumstance he's in,
performance.
like
Yeah.
this is all so dramatic. I had to come all the way up here. Like, what the fuck is going on, dude? He doesn't have the patience. He's not treating this seriously, if you will. So he says, "Well, now here's a man who wants to get right down to it. Kind of, kind of anxious to get to it, are you?" He says, "Whatever." And obviously, the cowboy does not like that he said whatever. So he says, "A man's attitude goes some ways the way his life will be. Is that something you might agree with?" He says, "Sure," kind of dismissively. He says, "Now, did you answer because you thought that's what I wanted to hear? Or did you think about what I said and answer because you truly believe that to be right?" It's like, "I agree with what you said. Truly." He goes, "What did I say?" It's
Yeah.
just like, force it, like, "Oh yeah, I don't believe you. Tell me what I said." And then there's a long pause, and Justin Theroux's performance here is fucking incredible. He kind of takes a long time to say it, and then says it very quickly. He goes, "That a man's attitude determines to a large extent how his life will be." Just
Yeah.
like I love, like, no, I was listening to you. He goes, "So since you agree, you must be a person who does not care about the good life." And this is when we like cut in tighter for close-ups. We
Yeah.
were doing sort of like medium over the shoulders, and then we cut in here because something has changed in the sort of like dynamics of the scene. So he's like, "Okay, well, if you agree with what I said, that, having a good attitude will, result in you having the good life, why do you have such a fucking bad attitude?"
Yeah.
He's like, "So since you agree, you must be a person who does not care about the good life." And he's like, "How's that?" It's like, "Well, stop a little second and think about it." Oh, it's so good. It's so good. And that's when like the sort of biting nature of how the cowboy talks kind of comes in. He's like, "Can you do that for me?" It's like, "Okay, I'm thinking." He's like, "No, you're not thinking. You're too busy being a smart aleck to be thinking. Now I want you to think and stop being a smart aleck. Can you try that for me?" It's so like patronizing
Yes.
and
Yeah.
great. It's like, "Look, where's this going? What do you want me to do?" And this is probably my favorite thing here. This is so David Lynch the way it's written here. He says, "There's sometimes a buggy. How many drivers does a buggy have?" He says, "One." He says, "So let's just say that I'm driving this buggy, and if you fix your attitude, you can ride along with me." First of all, "There's sometimes a buggy" is a great sentence.
Yes. It's a really fun way of putting it. Like it very unique, very memorable, and he does that
Yes.
very well in almost
It comes
yeah.
across like a riddle, but it's not really a riddle. It's just like, "I'm driving this conversation, motherfucker." He says,
Yeah.
"I want you to go back to work tomorrow. You are recasting the lead actress anyway. Audition many girls for the part. When you see the girl that was shown to you earlier today, you will say, 'This is the girl.' The rest of the cast can stay, that is up to you, but the lead girl is not up to you." And then one of my favorite little capstones to the scene, he says, "Now you will see me one more time if you do good. You will see me two more times if you do bad. Good night." And then he walks away, and then the
The
light
light
flickers off.
flickers off. Yeah.
Yes.
Interesting geographical thing to note. Beechwood Canyon is right in the shadow of the Hollywood sign.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's just, I mean, like, I think that drives home a little bit of the point there,
Yes.
like you look up from Beechwood Canyon, you're looking right at the Hollywood sign. Um,
Yes.
yeah.
So there's so many things I love about this. One, the strange but brilliant choice to have this be a cowboy and not some mobster. And
Yeah, the
okay,
image the image of like the golden age of Hollywood, you could call it, right? Like
yes.
yeah, that's the thing that I love about this is
Yeah.
is that this is a like fantastical recreation of what she perceives the powers that be in Hollywood are.
Hmm.
The active, like, evil power of Hollywood
Y-
is
Yeah.
presented in the, like, it just like a typical, like, John Wayne dressed sort of cowboy type, right? Like an old western
Yeah.
kind of guy. I think I love that. I absolutely
Yeah.
love that choice.
I like that he's got sort of like deep set beady eyes, and like he's pale and he doesn't have a lot of facial hair, so there's something kind of stark and ghastly about him
Yeah.
in a subtle way, where he's like there's this feels so much like it's an encounter with like a spirit and not a person. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
okay, so obviously the mobster guys, they tried to force him to do this, and he rebelled against that, right? That didn't work. And then part of his life falling apart, they freeze his credit cards, and now he's hiding out at a motel. So he's coming towards his wits' end and everything. But then now he goes and meets with this guy who on the surface seems kind of friendly, but there's like a,
There's a sinister undertone to it. Yeah.
yeah, and it's like, well, things can be friendly and cordial if you just do what you're told. You know, things don't have to. This doesn't have to go badly. You know, and I like him, like, you know, chastising him for having a flippant, sardonic, slightly immature attitude, and I like the way he like presses him on it. And calls him out over it. He's like, well, since you agree, then
Yeah.
surely you must not want the good life.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And
Kind of
so,
traps him
yeah,
with his own actions in a way.
yeah, where it's like, is this something you agree with? Yes. Are you sure? Did you actually think about it? Or are you just saying that because that's what I want to hear? No, I agree with you. You agree with what? Tell it to me. Say it. Oh, okay. So you do know what I was saying, and you do agree, but you're not acting like it. Like,
Yeah.
ooh, he just really lays it on him thick. And then he says, like, you don't have a choice in the matter. This is what's going to happen. You'll see me once again if you do well, if you do good. I like that he says good if you do bad instead of like well or badly or anything like
Yeah.
that. There's just something simple and about the language use there. And his performance is great. He's wooden in a way that really works because it sells. I think he rides a very interesting line in his performance between actually sort of like friendly and sinister and inhuman. It's a it's really quite incredible. And so now, obviously, what this means insofar as the fantasy of the director, obviously he's being controlled by forces that he has no say in, and eventually he decides to just give in, right? Because he might be killed otherwise. So he really had no say in the matter. It's not his fault, right?
Yeah.
That's Diane's idea of the director, right? Now, to the degree that this is Diane in the scene, Adam is Diane in the scene, what is she being told by her subconscious here? That your attitude goes a long way to how you will do in life.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
her attitude is entirely self-serving and entitled and delusional and petty and jealous and envious. Like, so much of why things go wrong in her life, she's being told, or as a result of her attitude. It's like, well, do you think that your attitude, like, you could imagine this scene with Naomi Watts instead.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, if you agree that a person's attitude goes a long way to how they do in life, why aren't you acting like it? She's being chastised. Like, this is her moral failing, essentially, from the movie's perspective. It's like, a lot of people don't become wildly successful in Hollywood, but they don't all order hits out on the people that they're envious of
Yeah,
and
exactly.
spiral into,
Exactly. They don't all blame,
everything but themselves,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You haven't
exactly.
had you haven't had the right attitude. This has been a moral failing on your part. Now you have the opportunity, essentially, to change that or to fight against it. And now he, in this story, in this fantasy, he will make the decision to go along with it, right? But but Diane will not.
No, and when he'll make the decision to go along with it, but Betty turns away from him at the
Hmm.
moment that he does, right? Like
Yes.
she leaves the set when it happens, which
Hmm.
is, like the dream sort of evaporating, right? Like that
A little bit. Yeah.
idealized sort of state, the thing that she thought she might, be able to be, right? Like when he realized, yeah, that when he makes the decision, that door kind of closes and she leaves the set. So
Yep.
yeah, I really I agree with everything you've said about this scene. I think it sticks in my head. It's very iconic. It's really interesting, and she does end up seeing him two more times in the movie.
Yep. She
Only
sure
two more
does,
times.
because she does bad.
She do bad.
She does bad. I think it's I do think it's the best scene in the movie. A, because it's funny. It's tense, and it's serving the sort of surface level story quite well, and it's serving the dream quite well, and it's the sort of moral condemnation of the character. This is like the conscience really laying into her to a degree.
Yeah,
Like, I mean, the core, I think it's great. I think it's a
yeah,
perfect scene. I love the way it's directed. I love that the light flickering on and then he appears and then he walks away and he disappears back into the darkness, leaving him alone in this canyon in the middle of nowhere. It's great. Great scene.
absolutely. Yeah, fantastic.
Next scene after that, we're back in the apartment, and it seems like Rita and Betty
Betty.
are arguing at first. Oh, but then it's the camera pulls out to reveal
They're
that
reading lines.
they're reading lines.
And she's
Rita,
not doing a particularly good, like it's not a particularly great job, right? Like they're just sort of rehearsing the dialogue. There's not a lot of emotion behind any of it,
I
then
mean, like, Betty's doing okay.
yeah, she's
Betty's
doing
doing.
fine. She's not getting
She's
much from
she's
her scene partner.
remembering she's remembering all her lines and she's doing it. And then I always think it's kind of funny to see good actors pretend to be bad actors. So I
Yeah.
think what's her name? What's the woman that plays her? Laura Herring does a pretty good job of like pretending to be someone who can't act when she's reading lines with her. It's always kind of funny to me. She does a good job of that, I think. So
Yeah.
we know that she's reading lines, she's preparing for a part. Next scene, it's presumably the next morning, and she gets a visit from Coco, the landlord. And Coco's like, "Hey, Betty, can I talk to you?" And she's like, "Look, I talked to Ruth, your aunt. Like, I know that that's like she's not supposed to be there. Like, and then at first Betty tries to lie about it. And she's like, "Look, don't play me for a sucker. You don't have to lie to me. I trust you, and I know you're trying to do good here." More of the fantasy, but she's like, "You
Yeah.
don't have to lie to me."
Yep.
Um, that's pretty straightforward. Now is
This is when she says like, if there's trouble, get rid of it, and she like
Mhm.
walks off, right?
Yes, yes, exactly. So now it's time for the audition scene. So she goes into the audition. There's there's producers, there's directors, there's casting agents. There's like an older, like an older leading man. Maybe he's a little past his prime now, and so they're trying to cast this role of this young, like way younger love interest for this movie that very much appears to be like the movie is presenting as like just a generic, not very good, trashy movie, right?
Yeah.
But in her fantasy, Betty is giving it all, even if the material is subpar. She's gonna come in and God damn it, she's gonna give it her best. She's gonna
And the
act the hell.
performance that she gives is incredible. I mean, like
It is, yeah, it
it's an
is really good.
amazing scene. I love
Yes.
what she does with it, right? Because like in the like the rehearsal scene with Rita, where they're reading through the lines, she says, "I hate the big emotion. I hate you. I hate us both." That's not what she ends up doing with big
No.
emotion. She ends up doing it in a much more subtle, much more like measured, mature kind of way that lends the material itself, which is not, fantastic. It's kind of soap
No.
opera-y, right?
Yes,
But she
exactly.
ends up doing what they have with such gravitas that it's like
Hmm.
it's actually mind-blowing and kind of showcases how good of an actress Naomi Watts really is, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
She is very good in the scene. It is objectively like a really great performance on her part. And it's but part of the fantasy aspect of the story is that like yeah, it's not a great movie, but I just give it my all anyway because I'm such a good actress and I wow everyone in the scene and they're all like, "Wow, that was the greatest thing we've ever seen ever. You're the best."
And
And she's even
the casting director who's been around forever like looks immediately at her assistant when it finishes and says, "I'm going to take her over there right now." Oh, absolutely 100%. You know, like
yeah,
totally on board. Her career
yeah,
is launching. She also before she had left, she arranged with Rita to, you know, go to visit Diane Selwyn, by the way. I just want to like throw that
yeah.
out there. Like she says, "I'm you know, it's going to be tight when I get back from my audition, so be ready to go." You know.
Gotcha. Yes. And so, well, the other thing that's important, I think, here as part of the fantasy is that like this is a this is like a surprisingly like intimate and uncomfortable situation for a young actress to be in. Oh,
Yes.
but her fantasy is that she's just so she doesn't even care. She's just so gracious and she's so willing to go there that she doesn't even mind that like the guy's being kind of a creep and like putting his hand basically on her ass in the scene
And
and
that the
that he's
director is pretty incompetent and giving her
yeah,
like
the
some of the
director
laziest notes, you know, like
yeah, that's pretty funny. That's a pretty funny detail how bad the director is in this scene. But the actor is just like, oh, we're gonna play it. You know, like he's just kind of getting off on, you know,
rubbing up against you know, an attractive young
younger.
actress, yeah.
Sure. But see, this is why Betty's so perfect and amazing. She doesn't even care. She's not
She
even made
actually puts
uncomfortable
his
by it.
hand on her ass
Yeah,
because
exactly.
she knows exactly what they need, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's all part of the fantasy. And then the female casting director is immediately like she walks out of the room with her and she's like, "You're great, kid. You're gonna be great, but you don't want to work with them. They suck. We're gonna, put you on the path to like better roles and better stuff like that. Why don't you come over here? They're casting this movie, and this is the movie that Adam, the director, is working on. They're holding auditions, and all the big ladies in Hollywood, they all want this part. So this is a highly sought after part in whatever like 50s maybe musical movie that it is. And so she's brought over there to the soundstage
Well, all
and
the songs that they're lip syncing to are Donna Reed, I think, right?
mhm,
Like, and so it's you can assume that maybe it's like a biopic of Donna Reed. It's
yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
ambiguous, right? But like that's what they're auditioning them for is like it is to lip sync to Donna Reed's music. Um,
Well, the lip syncing that's also important. Plant that little flag.
yes. Well, like, yeah,
Um,
yeah, 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 very much.
Rodrigo says, "Don't play it for real until it gets real." Yes, as an example of the horrible direction the director gives. I like it. Like after she gives an excellent performance, they're like to the director, they're like, "Yeah, what do you think?" And he's like, "It was good. It was maybe forced, but good." Like it's just
Yeah.
utterly useless. It's pretty funny. And so she's immediately brought over Betty as to where they're presumably casting this Donna Reed musical biopic type thing. And so we see a woman, she's giving her performance, and the director is listening to it. When she's done, she's like, hey, this is clearly meant to be someone who's already a pretty accomplished actress. And she's like, hey, don't give this part to anyone else. I'm perfect for this part. My
I'm the girl
agent's
who's going to be
going to be
playing
after
this
you.
role. You're so cruel to me. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. She's being like that about it. And Naomi Watts, sorry, Betty is just kind of in the room watching this happen. And the next girl to be brought out is Camilla Rhodes. Is that her
Yes.
name?
Camilla
Rhodes.
Rhodes.
And this is the girl. So she comes in and she starts auditioning a little song. And Adam tells his first AD like, oh, tell so and so I want to talk to him. One of the people at the studio, Ryan, or whoever's in charge of the studio. So he's like, tell him I want to talk to him. And the guy Ryan comes over and he just makes him sit there for a bit before he talks to him, which is like his
His
last
last
little
attempt at like holding on to, yeah, some kind of,
yeah.
yeah.
He's like, well, you're gonna make me do it, but I'm gonna make you wait for it because fuck you. And so he sits there for a minute, and then eventually the guy's like, is there something you wanted to tell me? He takes off his headphones and he leans over to him and he says, this is the girl. And they're like, very good choice,
Somebody else
sir.
comes in from around the behind the shoulder of the guy he called
Yes.
over and just
Yes.
like looms in and says, very
Is
good
that
choice or excellent choice.
is that Angelo Badalamenti?
I'm pretty
It's someone.
it,
It's
it
someone
look
like
yeah,
him. If
some
it's
it's
not,
either
yeah,
him or it's the agent who was with Adam in the scene with Angelo Badalamenti. Um but yeah, somebody leans over and does that, and it's like this very it's funny
ominous.
but also
Yeah,
ominous and sinister. It
yeah,
rides that uncanny valley because like he wasn't there before, and you can kind of
yeah,
see it in the wide shot that he's not there, and then he steps
yeah.
in, which yeah,
pretty, pretty great, pretty effective. What I think is interesting is like the performance that the girl gives is like it's slightly more muted and like melancholy than the one that the previous actress gave. And it's like the kind of thing where it's like it's not bad, but it is a little like really her. Like
yeah.
I think that's handled really well, you know. I like that.
Yes. Yeah. Well,
And
and
then
she's
after
the like she's alone doing a different song in
yeah,
like than the previous girl, which like also like there's a lot of mimicry going on. Like there's a lot of repeated dialogue, repeated like back and forth kind of scenes. I think it's a good choice not to do the same song for the
yes,
audition.
yes,
Because it mixes it up a little bit. And it gives her a chance to like she's alone. Camilla Rhodes is alone in that room, right? So like there's
yeah,
not anything else going on. So it's yeah, there's just a little added mystery to it where we're just looking at her, right? And how she's
yes.
yeah, by herself.
And right after he leans in, close up of the director's face, and he says, "This is the girl." They say, "Excellent choice." We get these close ups staring at each other, eye close ups of the director and Betty making eye contact. And there's this look on Adam's face, like, "Oh no, I just saw the perfect girl
Yeah.
just now, but it's too late." Very much part of the fantasy. Like all they did was make eye contact. This is the first time they've ever met, but immediately he knew, oh no, I've made a mistake. That was the girl right there. And Betty just leaves because she's like, no, I need to go meet with my friend. I told her I'd meet her. So that's kind of maybe the ultimate culmination of that aspect of the fantasy. That like she's so good and so perfect. The director, as soon as he saw her, it's like, oh no, how tragic. I wish I could have picked her. She's clearly the one.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly. And that's the last time they'll see each other until the reality hits in the third act of the
Yes.
film.
Yes. Absolutely. Now,
Because Betty has to go home to Rita and take her to meet
mhm,
Diane or to
yeah, they're
find
gonna go
Diane.
and they're slinking around because they're both kind of paranoid. They eventually get to the place where Diane supposedly lives, but the woman who comes out doesn't recognize Rita
Yes.
or Betty for that matter. And it's just like, no, Diane doesn't live here. We switched apartments. She's in 17, not 12. And they're like, okay, so what are they? And she's like, I'll come over there with you. She still has some of my stuff. And they're like, okay. But then she gets a call and that distracts her. And she's like, I'll meet you
And
guys
it's
over there.
very ominous and sinister. Like it's
Yes.
weird that she's doing this and it feels like an imposition even though it's like technically it shouldn't be, right? But it
Yeah.
feels like something is lingering over her. Like there's a weird reason why she's doing it that's more than she's letting on. And
Yes.
we'll find out later that this is probably either Diane's roommate or that this actually happened. That like Diane and this woman switched apartments, right?
Yeah.
Um or that Diane moved out. And it in a way it's sort of like reality kind of threatening to encroach on the fantasy a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Like coming in there, but then like the phone distracts her, so she goes back in.
They
You know?
luck out, you know, the fantasy gets to live on another day. So
Yes.
they go over to 17 and they knock on the door. You know, Rita's hesitant about it. She's like, no, but of course, Betty's like, yeah, whatever. She knocks on the door, no answer. She goes around to the side of the building and she just pushes one of the windows and it just opens with no resistance at all. And she's like, come on, come give me a push. And Rita's like, no. It's like, come on. She like tries to climb in herself, but she can't. She's like, come on, give me a push. So they go inside and there's she opens the front door, but it smells kind of horrible in there. And so they're walking around in this very dimly lit, creepy room. They come to the bedroom, and there is a woman laying on the bed. And when they come around the bed to see who it is, the woman is pretty heavily decomposed. Um,
Yeah.
it is not clear who it is, but supposedly this is Diane, is the thought. Diane is dead. We don't get a good view of her face, but she's dying there. And Rita's about to scream, but Betty stops her from screaming. And then they run outside, and we do this really fun, like, double exposure shot where, like, I'm going to show it to you. The people that have seen the movie will remember it. It's a pretty cool, iconic, little surreal art housey shot, but I like it. It's a lot of fun. There's a sort of like, uh-oh, things are breaking apart. The fantasy is coming undone. There's a little bit of a dissociation happening here after discovering this dead woman. So who is Diane? It's not clear, but she's dead, and she's just been sitting in that apartment decaying for a certain amount of time.
Yeah, exactly. And it's interesting that like Rita is the one who this is like who's primarily off put by this, right? Is like
Yes.
this invention of what the real Diane thinks she should be. Like, because Rita is like Camilla has Camilla's face grafted onto her, right? So she is both like she's blank, and so Betty and Rita are kind of like both two aspects of Diane, right? Like one of them is sort of lost and doesn't know who she is. The other one is like the fantasy of who Diane wishes she had been or could have been. And the fact that like that Rita here is confronted with the decaying corpse of Diane Selwyn, and this is her reaction while Betty is like trying to comfort her and like bring her back around, right? This is sort of like her coming face to face with herself in the dream, right? That's what we're seeing. Is like she's realizing it's pretty much a similar thing as what happens in the Winky scene, where Eyebrows Man meets the gross bum in the back alley. It's like threatening to bring the whole thing down, right? Like it's not, they're not ready to face it. She's not ready to face it yet.
Yeah, she still has layers in between, like buffering herself, because there's so many different personas and facades between realizing between Betty realizing that that's her. Yes. She is Diane.
Yeah.
Like there's too many layers in between built up, so she like hasn't come to terms with it yet, but the dream is trying to. Her subconscious is kind of screaming out at her like, this is you. And we'll expound on the full meaning of why this is her when we get to it, because we haven't gotten to the final thing yet, but we'll get there. So interesting thing. I want to know what you make of it. The next thing they do after discovering the body of this Diane Selwyn decaying in that dingy apartment is that she goes home and Rita is trying to cut off her hair to disguise herself.
Yes. Yeah. Having a classic identity crisis,
Yes. She like the on the surface, she claims she needs to like hide or disguise herself. Like, okay, so in the logic of the noir fantasy story, what have they learned? So she thinks that maybe she's Diane.
So in the logic of the noir fantasy story, because like they've got the idea that she's not, that Diane, that's not her voice, right? That's not your voice, so it's probably not you, but maybe she knew you. So in the noir story logic, this is like her basically being like, they're going after people I know. Something is crumbling.
Maybe that was her roommate.
Yeah, maybe that they killed my roommate or they killed somebody I knew and they're coming after me. I have to disguise myself. I've been like, I have to hide. In the logic of the dream, it's an attempt to change herself.
Yes.
From like she's confronted herself, right? Like Diane in the bed is Diane. The decaying corpse is like her and how she perceives herself. and she's trying now to hide from it. She's trying to change how she perceives herself by completely rewriting her identity, by
And
changing her
how did
hair and
yeah,
everything
and
like that.
changing her hair. Well, she cuts a lot of it off, and then she puts a short blonde wig on.
Yeah, well, Betty does that for her, right? Betty
Yeah.
comes in and
Oh,
says, "I know
yes.
what you have to do, but let me do it." And then
Yeah.
she puts a short blonde wig on and becomes basically Betty.
And
Essentially,
so we're it's symbolically it's like no, they're the same. They're the same person
it's
for
an
their
attempt to
aspects.
become like her, right? Like, oh,
Yes.
I no, I'm not Diane. I am this fantasy that I've constructed of myself.
Yeah. I also think it's a nice little symbolic touch, the whole like switching apartments confusion.
Yeah.
It's like these two women, like, no, it's not me, it's the other one. We switched actually, because that's kind of what's happening in this dream. Everything's
Yeah.
switched, and there's like two women trading places, and there's confusion surrounding that. So that I don't know, it's just a little detail that I think adds something. So she cuts off her hair. Betty cuts off Rita's hair for her, and then gives her a short blonde wig so she looks a lot like her, which is as a little bit. You mentioned that one reviewer that said like Vertigo, like there was some Vertigo-ness to it.
Yeah.
That feels the most like Vertigo to me. It's like like wanting this fantasy version of someone to be like the idea you had in their head. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
So so now it's nighttime, and she's Rita is wearing the wig around, and Betty's like, you don't have to wear that inside. She's like, oh, I was just looking at myself. And then she
Yeah.
crawls into bed with her
She says,
naked.
well, she says, she like Betty tells her, you don't have to sleep on the couch. It's a pretty big bed. You come on
Yeah.
in. So she makes her move, and then
Yes. And
Rita
then they
climbs into
touch
bed
boobs a
naked.
bit.
Yeah, they touch boobs a bit. They get all sexy time. They get all lesbian sexy time.
So they finally,
Consummate.
consummate the romantic the interest.
Well,
And
and I
this
think
is
what's interesting is like Betty makes the first move on Rita to sort of like it's almost like a possession kind of thing, right? Like
yes.
she wants to it's a fulfillment of the fantasy, right? Of the like the sexual frustration and everything that's going along with Diane's fantasy. Number
Yeah.
one, it is an act of possession of this character, of like who she's
Mhm.
becoming, and then it goes south after the encounter. This is where it all crumbles, right? Like this is the end of it. Um,
Yeah. And there
because this is where like it's a little bit like the post nut clarity, Diane's post nut clarity of the
a little bit.
situation. Um,
Yeah, they finally, they finally get together, so to speak, romantically. Like that finally happens. And that's been part of her fantasy and the sexual frustration she's feeling in the real world. And then that finally happens. And as soon as that happens, things start to unravel.
yep.
Things start to unravel. Like the difference between the two of them unravels. They're dressed like each other. They're like holding each other. And then we'll get a bit more of that ambiguity in a minute. But so they make sexy times, and then in the middle of the night, once they're asleep, Rita wakes up and she's just saying Silencio, Silencio. She says a couple other things in Spanish. I don't remember what they are. Do you remember?
Doesn't she say no hay banda?
Oh, she does say no hay banda and no
Yeah,
hay orchestra. Yeah,
no hay
okay. So
orchestra.
that makes sense that she says that. We'll explain why in a minute. So she wakes up in the middle of the night and she's saying things in Spanish, and Betty's like, "Hey, what's going on? Rita, Rita, wake up." And she's like, "No, it's okay. It's okay." And she's like, "No, it's not okay."
Yeah,
And this is like, no, it's like this fantasy can't last. It's over.
yeah.
Like it's coming undone. Things aren't okay. You can't stop pretending things are okay. Things are about to unravel.
She
Um,
says, "Go with me somewhere." And he's like, "It's 2 a.m. It's 2 o'clock
mhm.
in the morning." She says, "Go with me somewhere." We like, and so then they do, and they go to Club Silencio.
Club Silencio. There's a great shot from like it's very blue, like early morning blue, or sort of like it's a really interesting light, and then the camera, like Evil Dead style, goes whoa all the way into the
Yeah,
club
as the
Silencio.
door slams on them as they go
Yes.
through. Yeah.
So they walk in. They're in the sort of upper balcony of this theater, and they sit down. And the guy comes out, and he starts saying the same thing she was saying in her sleep. He says like, "No hay banda.
No,
There
I
is no
banda.
band.
There is no band.
Il n'est pas de orchestra." I think he says. He says this
Yeah.
is all a tape recording, and he has sort of like amateur magician energy.
Yeah, amateur
You know?
magician, but also like devilish features. Like he's got those
Sure.
high
Yes.
arched eyebrows and a goatee that
Mhm.
he's lit. Like he's looking like down across, yeah, like chin down and tucked towards the camera. He's lit
Yeah.
very like eerily. It's a red velvet. He loves his red velvet curtains. Like it's very Black Lodge,
Yeah.
like in
Yes.
on the stage. Um, and
So someone has mentioned, I believe it was, who said it? Rodrigo said from this point on, it's all the newly shot scenes. So
yes,
this everything from here on is what was shot for
a
the
year and a
purpose
half
of ma-
later for the purposes of turning this into a feature. Yeah.
yes. So this is we've taken the turn finally, and so this is probably one of the most iconic and surreal sequences in a David Lynch movie.
This is one of
So
my.
let's,
This is probably. I mean, like I love the cowboy scene. Like I said, they're tied probably for
yeah,
favorite. This is. I love this scene.
yes.
Yeah.
So no Ibanda, there is no band, there's no orchestra. This is all a tape recording. No Ibanda, and yet we hear a band. And then you start to hear music. He says, if we want to hear a clarinet, listen. And then you hear a clarinet doing a little bluesy sort of George Gershwin type little line there, little Rhapsody in Blue type deal. He's like, and he says a trombone, and then you hear a trombone, and all that sort of stuff, and you hear a muted trumpet and everything. And so what we're playing with while he's singing that, like we hear the sounds of an orchestra, but there is no orchestra, as we're being told over and over again. He's gesturing, and then the music's coming in. A guy with a trumpet and like a harmon mute comes out. He starts playing it, and then he takes his hand away from his mouth, and the music keeps going to be like, see, this is all an illusion. One of the many things that's great about this sequence is, I think, what's so powerful about it is like what it has to say about how easy it is to get into the illusion. Like, so like he tells you like there is no band, this is all a tape recording. And then immediately a guy comes out playing the trumpet, and your brain goes, oh, the sound is coming from that trumpet. And then he moves his hand away, and you're like, oh right, no, this is an illusion. He just said that. I forgot. But you
Yeah.
forget so quickly. Like your
Yeah.
brain just forgets so quickly. And then we're about to do that trick again, but we're going to wait a lot longer before the reveal. And again, your brain forgets. Your brain's like, oh no, it was just, you were so moved by it. And then you're like, no, this is all an illusion. This is all a performance. This is all artifice, right? So in terms of the thematics of it, this is on point for the culmination of this whole first, 2/3 of the movie. Like
Yeah.
this has all been an
This is
illusion, and
all
it's
an
been a very
illusion.
effective one. A
And
very
this is the point where her conscience is finally like it's fed up, it's done, it's confronting
yeah,
her. This is the moment where it pulls everything, like it's like, nope, no, this is an illusion. You are in hell, basically. Like
yes.
he's very devilish, and I like it. Also,
Mhm.
as someone mentioned, Laura Palmer is in the audience. Well, at least the actress who played her is in the audience, as is Renette Pulaski from Twin Peaks, which is fun. A little detail in there. But
Oh yeah, I see him.
yeah,
That's fun.
this is the point where it's just like, no, this has all been an illusion, and like this, you are like, and when he starts to do this stuff, like when the trumpet comes out and when everything happens, there's a spotlight pretty much on Naomi Watts, on Betty, and she starts to convulse.
Yeah.
as like everything starts to fall apart, and it's like it's horrifying and weird,
Mhm.
and it's like it is the moment where this fantasy is like crumbling. It
Yeah.
is dissolving. It's collapsing under its own weight. It's not gonna keep going, and we
Yeah.
get this like I love the music and the sound design in this scene because it's so deep, and like the notes are so deep and like guttural
Yeah.
underneath everything. It feels like the worthy successor to the Black Lodge stuff from
Yes.
Twin Peaks, which
Yeah.
is, like absolutely iconic, right? But this feels like a worthwhile continuation of that.
So
And
there's a lot of really great surreal imagery here. Obviously, there's like everything being drenched in blue, and but like the light is like circling and like swimming around essentially before it returns back to normal lighting. Everything gets like doused in this deep blue, like we're sort of descending into water or something
yeah,
like
very
that.
yeah. Which his
I mean,
whenever he described Lynch described his transcendental meditation, he would sort of describe it as like diving into the ocean, right? To
yeah,
catch big fish, which is the title of
yeah.
his book on creativity, which is really great if you've never read it. It's a lot
I
of
mean,
fun.
there's a lot of that imagery throughout. Obviously, that like blue is truth in this movie, and then like the pink and the
Yes.
red is all the sort of fantasy and desire that she has essentially, but the blue is like the inescapable truth or whatever. And so like when we're having this coming apart of the fantasy, like things get like drenched in blue. There's that woman in this sort of balcony seats with the blue hair.
Okay, I called
Obviously,
it a Marge Simpson cameo.
yeah. There's the blue cube and the blue key that all sort of represent what's really going on here. So, like, the water imagery is there. She's also from Deep River, Ontario, which
Yep.
can't be an accident as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean? That
Mhm.
imagery, I think, is quite strong. So, after everything turns blue, the sort of blue dissipates and we return back to normal lighting. A man comes out to introduce the next
It's
act
Cookie,
and
by the
says,
way. It's Cookie who comes out to do it. The proprietor of the hotel.
"Oh, that makes sense. I didn't make that connection. That makes sense." He says, "El Club Silencio le presenta Rebecca Del Rio,"
Yes.
and she comes out, and she's a pretty woman. She looks a little bit like Camilla. I think that's important. You know,
Yeah.
sort of like exotic brunette, beautiful brunette woman, right? Like how Betty would see her, essentially.
Yeah.
So she comes out and she's got her like eyes painted in a really cool way with like the red and the yellow and everything. She's wearing a red dress. She comes out and she sings a song.
It's called Llorando, but it's a Spanish cover of Crying by Roy Orbison.
Yes.
Yeah. And are you familiar with the lyrics of that song, by the way?
Remind me. And the fine people at home what Crying by Roy Orbison is about.
So, first of all, this performance that she's giving here is absolutely incredible.
Oh.
She is
Oh my God,
an
she's so good.
an amazing singer, and there's a story in here, in the booklet from the Criterion Collection, um, thing, asking about this question, um, which Rebecca Del Rio, real name of the artist, apparently. And so he says, my friend and former music agent at CAA, Brian Lukes, calls from time to time and says, I want you to meet so and so. Can we come over for a coffee? One day he calls me and says, I want you to meet Rebecca Del Rio. So Rebecca comes over with Brian at 10 o'clock in the morning, and because I'd said to John Neff, I think she's gonna sing, he'd set up a microphone, a very beautiful microphone, in one of the booths in my recording studio. Rebecca just wanted to come over for a coffee and sing in front of us. She didn't want to record anything, but she came in, and 4 minutes later, I think before she'd had her coffee, she was in the booth. And the one take that she sang 4 minutes off the street is the vocal that's in the film.
Wow.
So she just came in, she
Wow.
just like came in and belted that shit out. Um
She's so good. It's
Yeah,
it's an unbelievable performance, and it's all a cappella too. There's no backing track. It's just
it's incredible. It gives me goosebumps every time I see it.
oh yeah. Especially
She
she goes up to a high note at certain points in the song. She sort of hovers around, like the tonic and then like the sort of minor seventh just below that. Very melancholy, sort of sad, longing song. And then when she goes up to that big high note, it's like, damn, she can belt. It's really, really good. It's
yeah.
very, very good. You were going to tell me
The
what the lyric.
lyrics of Crying by Roy Orbison. I was all right for a while. I could smile for a while, but I saw you last night. You held my hand so tight as you stopped to say hello. Oh, you wished me well. You couldn't tell that I've been crying over you, crying over you. Then you said so long, left me standing all alone, alone and crying, crying, cry. Durando means weeping or crying, so crying,
Yes.
crying, crying. It's hard to understand, but the touch of your hand can start me crying. Um, but darling, what can I do? For you don't love me, and I'll always be crying over you, crying over you. Yes, now you're gone, and from this moment I'll be crying. And then it just keeps going, crying, crying. Yeah, I'm crying. Yeah, all
Yes.
that. So, yeah, very on the nose, and a good choice to do it in Spanish. I think it's very very much like on theme. Um,
Hmm.
but I absolutely love that this is the song that
Yeah.
plays and
Yes.
that this is the moment.
Very, very evocative.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she sings this a cappella Spanish rendition of "Crying" by Roy Orbison, and yes, David Lynch sure does love his Roy Orbison, and so do I. I really like "In Dreams" in Blue Velvet. That's another great example
Yeah.
of David Lynch's love for Roy Orbison. Anyway, so she sings the song, and she's singing it. It's a very moving performance. We cut to Rita, we cut to Betty, and they're crying and they're holding each other and they're sobbing and they're crying. And then right at the sort of apex, musical apex of the song and the performance, the lady singing just drops dead on the ground or faints
Yeah.
on the ground.
The two men
And the
come out and
music
pick her up, and
continues.
the music keeps going, and the two men come out and collect
Yeah.
her and carry her off the
Oh,
stage.
it's so good. So that is what I was referring to earlier, where it's like you're told this is fake, that this is an illusion, that this is all a recording, that they're just lip syncing. The lip syncing is obviously relevant to the movie that they're making, because they're just lip syncing in the auditions. They're not even actually singing. And so the idea of lip syncing along to something as a sort of illusion, a fantasy, sort of thing, that imagery is quite strong. But then we're told there is no band. This is a tape recording. None of this is real. And then she comes out and she starts singing this incredible performance, and you totally forget. You just instantly totally forget that
I
this
mean, it's
is
enrapturing watching her do it too, because
yeah.
she's incredible. She's got such a
Yeah.
stage presence, and the voice is
Mhm.
so good. I mean,
Unbelievable. And you're like, man, what a performance. And then she just drops dead and the music keeps going. And you're like, God damn it. I got lost in the
I got
illusion
got.
again. I got.
Yeah.
And
So
then God,
earlier in the chat, somebody had been mentioning oh, none of this is just a dream. Trying to, I think, giving a little bit of pushback on the summary of this as sort of being the dreamlike scenario. I think that right there, what he does in the Club Silencio scene, that's the point. Yeah, maybe not just a dream. You're getting kind of caught up in it, but it is an illusion. It is Diane's
mm,
imagination. And I think that's
yeah,
the signaling there, right? Is
sure.
the ability to sort of pull you in to being oh, I mean, you're being told this is a dream, but
It
then
feels
it's
so
so
real.
compelling that it
Hmm.
feels real when you're watching it, and you kind of forget that
Yeah.
that it is, right? There's a moment where you sort of just you I've seen this movie a few times now, and there's this moment where I'm the close up of her lip syncing to the song. I'm just
Hmm.
that has to be real. What an incredible performance she's giving. And
Yeah.
then it's every time she falls down, and I'm just kind of that's yeah, that's amazing. It is incredible.
Yes. And that breaks everything.
That breaks everything. She opens up
Because
her bag and finds the blue box that the key
yes, and they're
goes
like,
to.
"Oh my gosh, that's what the key goes to." They go home. More imagery regarding the confusion between the two of them. They go home and they go into the hat box to find the things where they've been storing, the money and the purse and the key and everything. There's a fun little visual thing where it's all in one shot where the camera goes up and we see Betty and we see Rita, and then Rita goes to grab the hat box from the closet. Betty disappears from out the frame. When the camera comes back out to where you'd be able to see Betty if she were still there, she's just gone.
Yeah.
And now it's just Rita. It's just Diane, essentially, which is an interesting choice because you could have done the opposite, where it's now she's gone and it's just Betty, but it's like Betty is the fake one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Even if she's played by Naomi Watts, like Betty is the entirely fake persona,
Yeah.
if you will.
Betty
So
is
she
the
disappears.
constructed one, and Rita is the one who doesn't know herself. And that's
Yeah.
why she's the one who still lingers
Yeah.
afterward. And then she opens the box, and it looks like a safe when you open it, which is a really interesting choice. And the camera kind of zooms in on it, and then it falls on the ground. It falls on the floor and rolls around, and then Rita's gone. And Aunt Ruth.
Rita's gone, and we've sort of like almost time traveled back, or is this in the future when Ruth is returned? Or I guess that none of that ever
really happened. So
Right, exactly.
it's not
Okay.
time traveled. It's just like Aunt Ruth walks in because she thinks she heard something, and there's nothing on the we see a POV shot of her looking at the room, and there's nothing, and she kind of just goes, "Huh," and then she's gone from the movie.
Yeah. Yes, and then we see a woman lying on the bed just like the dead Diane was lying on the bed. The cowboy comes into the room and says like, "It's time to wake up." Or
Hey,
whatever
pretty
he
girl,
says.
time to wake up. Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
But when we cut back, it's now, Naomi Watts laying on the bed there, very much indicating that she is Diane.
Well, and I mean, we're about to find out because there's somebody knocking at the door very insistently, and it takes her an excruciatingly long time to get up and get that door because I keep going how is that person not left yet?
Yeah.
But she gets up to get the door, and she answers it, and it's the woman that they met at the apartments who's like, "Oh, I switched apartments with Diane. I'll come get some of my stuff." And she's like, "Come on, Diane. It's been 3 weeks. Some of this is mine, right? I need you to And she comes in, she gets some boxes, she takes some stuff away, and she goes, sorry.
Diane is also very sort of like
Her teeth are a little different than Betty's. They look a little rougher. A little more British, if you will.
Or like there's I don't know, like there's been some meth or something involved.
They're a little more prominent. Her hair is not as beautifully bobbed and blonde. It's kind of streaked in that early 2000s sort of way.
Yeah. Yes, and also she's kind of really she's angry at Diane for being there. She's like, "Hurry up, come on." She's she has kind of a nastier attitude, if you will.
Yeah.
Then the next thing we see,
she goes to make a cup of coffee, and she sees Camilla standing next to her. And another moment of just absolute brilliance from Naomi Watts, right? It's she looks and she goes, "Camilla, you've come back." And then she kind of has this realization moment where she starts hyperventilating a little bit and about to break down into tears. And then it cuts again, and we see Diane in a bit of a daze as she makes herself a cup of coffee. And and so this is an interesting point, right? Is that a lot of the earlier scenes kind of played out chronologically. So the dream stuff plays out sort of chronologically and mundanely, even though there's a lot of dream logic to be found within within the interactions with the characters. But once we get into the reality, we really start to feel the fragmentation of Diane's psyche, because it is just being we are being feverishly cut in these really jarring ways. When we see Diane looking at Camilla and then almost about to break down, it cuts to what would be her over the shoulder looking at herself.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
that is I mean, it's a great choice. And then there's going to be a scene, she's going to make herself a cup of coffee right now and then start walking back over to the living room, and it's going to the camera's going to like pan over, or dolly almost over the couch, and there's going to be a naked Camilla lying there, and Diane is going to like climb on
Up
top
on
of
her
her from the other side of the sofa
enthusiastically.
with the, yeah, like,
Yeah.
and it's like we're playing around with time a little bit. We're playing around with
Yeah.
like the illusion and the delusion of what Diane is feeling, this trauma of the breakup and everything. It's kind of going out of sync, but also very quickly summarizing for us the reality of what has been happening and
Yeah.
where all of the parallels can be drawn, which is really just like, I mean, it's done very well. This is a really
Sure.
excellent sequence of cutting back and forth, and
Yeah.
like I
It's
love it.
very disorientating in a good way. It's like this is reality, but she is living a very sort of fractured, disassociative sort of life here. She's spiraling out of control. So even though this feels more dreamlike to a degree, like it's jarring. It's like really hard cuts between disparate events and times and things like that. But we're kind of doing a lot in a very short amount of time to sum up the reality of what's happening here. So she climbs on top of her. Also, I think it's very important to mention that audition scene that she complained about, but she like did pretty well. That
Yeah,
feels a lot like this conversation she has with Camilla. There's something,
yeah,
so because it was very soap opera like. It was very kind of hacky and over the top. But the scene she auditioned with earlier in the fantasy was a scene about how like it's kind of like, oh,
she's a young girl who slept with her father's best friend, and now they're sort of
yeah.
entangled, and he doesn't want to leave, and she doesn't want him to leave, but she recognizes that she's done something wrong, and she's
Mhm.
like pushed to a point where she'll kill him if he doesn't, right?
Yes,
And the roles are kind of reversed here in a
a little bit,
way,
yeah,
a little bit, because Camilla is telling her we can't now, and this is the part where I sort of feel like this is sort of a delusional kind of thing, that it's a little bit like Diane is imagining that there could have been a romantic relationship, but like it's not going to keep going because now Camilla is, has moved, it like has gone in wholeheartedly with the director, because
yeah,
she's lying there naked on her sofa and she's like, Diane, I was telling you we can't be doing this anymore. It's like, okay, I mean, like, that doesn't seem like, this doesn't seem like the position you would find yourself in if that's why what you came here to tell her.
yeah.
But like, she fights to keep her in there, right? She starts being very aggressive. Diane does, when Camilla says
Mhm.
this. She starts being aggressive and like and violent about it, right?
Yeah.
Which is
Well, we're
disturbing.
seeing, yeah, because also we haven't seen that in the rest of the movie.
Yeah,
Because she's been Naomi Watts as Betty has been very, very idealized and not resentful and bitter and aggressive and jealous and possessive and all that sort of stuff. So when we see it, it's like, ooh,
yeah,
that's not good. So right after that, she like goes to set because presumably Camilla has invited her to set, and she sees Adam, right?
yeah. Adam, the director.
Adam, the director, talking with the actor. He's like, no, 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 you're doing it all wrong. Let me show you how the scene's supposed to go. And he's like, what you're supposed to do is like, don't pull her face. Like the scene is that they go in for a kiss, right? He's like, don't pull her towards you. Just let her fall into you, and then sort of in one fluid motion, guide her like chin up to yours,
Yeah, and
right?
he
And so,
start like he's like, guys, can we clear the set? Take five, clear the set. And everybody kind of goes, but Camilla says, well, can Diane stay? He goes, yeah, yeah, sure,
mm,
whatever. Like, yeah, fine, Diane can stay, fine. And then he starts explaining it again, right? He's like, no, just let her fall into you. And when you go to kiss her, and he's like, he's giving like very romantic overtones, right?
yeah,
But then, like, as Diane's watching, like, Camilla's like looking her in the eye, and he starts making out with her, and then he goes, "Kill the lights," and starts like rolling over as if to like mount her right there in the car. And it's like that's the point where I'm like, oh no, this is like her, this is her like imagining things that she does, like she's like getting jealous over, right? Like this is,
Yeah, this is, the
yeah,
darker, like, this is just, like, what it feels like to her, if
yeah,
you will.
exactly, yeah.
And so, because then the next thing is they're back at the place, and Betty is, like, telling Camilla not to, like, what does she tell her? Is she telling her to go away, or, like, that, like, or is she begging her to stay? I can't remember. Hold on.
Don't, it's something like don't do that, like don't be like this, Diane, like come on.
Don't make it be like this. Like, you want me to make this easy for you? No, no fucking way. It's not gonna be. It's not easy for me.
Yeah,
So, like, yeah. She's like, clearly going through a rough time because she is like 100% deeply infatuated with Camilla. And to the degree that there's a relationship there at all, Camilla is not on the same page.
exactly, yeah,
She's leading her on, or she's just kind of flighty and she'll just be with whoever. And it's like, hey, man, stop trying to nail me down, man. So
yeah,
then we cut to a crying, sobbing Diane.
as she rubs one out on the sofa, yeah, yeah,
Yes.
violently rubs one out on the sofa, I might add.
Aggressively. She's like slapping herself down there while she does it. She's not in a good place. And there's a really interesting shot where she's looking at the ceiling and the focus is kind of coming in and out in a very jarring way. It's
Yeah,
a nice little touch. Next, we see she's in a room. There's like a red lamp. It's got really nice lighting. It's where I pulled the thumbnail from. She gets a call from Camila like, "Hey, come to this party. Aren't you going to come to this party?" Kind
the
of
car
deal.
is waiting for you, so like there's an
Yes.
arranged car to come to the party, the rap party, I
Yeah.
assume, for the project that they were working on.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's on Mulholland Drive, you know
Yes.
like
And
that.
so she gets into the car. There's a weird scene where like the car stops and she's like, "This isn't where we
Yeah, what are
stop."
you doing? We don't stop here. It's the mirroring of the moment where Camilla, or where
Yeah.
Rita is about to be murdered, right? Like
Yeah.
in the early
But
part.
instead of pulling a gun, they're like, "It's a surprise." And then they open the door and then Camilla's there. What is the surprise there? Why don't they just drive up to the party? I'm
Which
a little
she
confused.
takes her through like a secret little garden pathway, right? Like it's a
Okay.
moment of like, I took it as sort of like a moment of attempted reconciliation, you know?
It's like maybe that a little bit of a hope of like maybe we do have something special romantic here. Like she's coming to greet me specifically to bring me to the party. She's holding
Through a
my
secret
hand.
way, like a secret
Yeah.
passageway. And I
Yeah.
think it's also maybe setting up how she gets, like her telling how she gets the hitman to go and kill her, right? Like that there's a secret way into the house that you can take that I know because she showed it to me, right? Like
Maybe.
it maybe it's not explicit, but I think that it's giving you that little hint there.
Yes.
But she comes to greet her, and she brings her through this secret garden walkway up to the house, and this is where she meets Coco, who's very like much more disinterested than the dream Coco. She's like, just call me Coco. Everyone does. I'm hungry. Let's eat. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's like so when she gets to the party, the director comes up and then she's already sensing that like uh-oh, like they have a thing and I'm on the outside of that, and he says here's to love and they cheers here's to love. And then they go inside and they're at the party and
We get some of Diane's actual backstory, right? She won the jitter.
yeah,
This is where she won the jitterbug contest,
I'm from
and
Deep River,
she's from
Ontario.
Deep River, Ontario. She's been having trouble, but Camilla's been getting her some parts. Like it's not
Mhm.
easy, but she's trying. And that's when Coco kind of goes, "I see," and like pats her hand. Like, "Oh yeah, bless your heart," kind of thing. Like being sort of polite, but like, "Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you're doing your best."
Yeah. How did you meet Camilla? Oh, on a Sylvia North story, which must be that biopic,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Or something like that. Camilla and someone else says Camilla was great in that. And she's like, yeah, I wanted to be the lead so bad. Anyway, Camilla got the part.
It's very
It's like
awkward. Yeah, it's a very awkward
very awkward. Like,
interaction.
why would you say that? Um, and she's like, anyway, that's how we became friends. She helped me getting some parts in some of her films. He's like, I see. He's like, and then we're listening to Adam talk about like, so I got the pool and she got the pool man. I couldn't believe it. I went to buy that judge a Rolls Royce, whatever he
Yeah.
says. So like that we're getting a lot of the raw materials for her little fantasy. You know what I mean? All the little details. Now, but
Yes.
he sees Camilla and the director Adam like really all over each other, and she's starting to lose it a little bit. She's like,
Yeah, she's
and
breaking down a bit, and then the other girl comes up, and
wait, really quick, because Adam is like, oh, we have something to tell her. He like knocks on his glass, like we have something to tell everyone. It's like, do you want to tell them? No, you tell them. Like Camilla and I are going to be like, ha ha ha, like
yeah, they
they're
start
talking about
giggling. Yeah, yeah,
like they're gonna get married or something like
yeah.
that. So, but then not just that, then the girl who plays Camilla in the fantasy comes by to whisper something in Camilla's like real Camilla's ear, and then they kiss, and then she looks she
Right.
looks
Yeah, she looks right at
Diane,
Diane.
and so it's like it's just like a total closing off of any possibility of that being true, and like a final humiliation. So Adam and her maybe getting married is like oh well, now that's done for good, right? But then right on top of that, this other girl coming in and like giving her a kiss, it's like you're not even special in that regard. You're not even
Yeah,
special
like
among women.
I took that as sort of like the typical kind of thing, like an unwanted breakup where she just like everybody who like comes up and talks to her, she's like sort of just imagining like, oh, you must be fucking that person too, right? Like I
Yeah,
bet you, yeah,
exactly.
like that's
Sure.
yeah,
As a sort of like jealous delusion, yeah, but it's also there's something to me about it being another woman too, to be
yeah.
like, oh, you're not even special in that regard. You're not even like
The only woman I've been with, yeah.
exactly. So there's an extra bit of like humiliation there. And so she gives a very Naomi Watts gives a very good performance of her sort of like unraveling and losing her mind. And then there's something, she hears something dropped on the floor and she looks over and we cut to her in the diner seeing someone
Oh,
drop.
before that happens though, because this is in the party scene. The girl who plants the kiss on Camilla walks away and kind of like looks back at her, and as she's rounding the corner, that's when the cowboy walks by. Yeah,
Yes,
so
true.
that's kind of important to just like he walks by in there, and that's the second
Just
time
kind of
she sees
catches
him.
her attention as like an odd figure to be there. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? And so that gets incorporated in the dream as like he's this weird otherworldly figure. I think Rodrigo makes a good point that Camilla is potentially, you can interpret it as Camilla giving signs that maybe they can still screw around on the side, but Diana interprets it as mockery. I think there's
I
something to that
there
too.
is something to that for sure. I also like he mentions she drinks coffee right as she's getting bad news, and she looks right at Angelo Badalamenti, which is then like he rejects, like his body just like physically rejects coffee later on in the fantasy version.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot
So
there. I like that.
and then there's the something of being dropped, and at the party she looks over, and then we hard cut to her at the diner at Winky's, and she's also looking over because some waiter has knocked something over, and she looks very tense. She looks very strung out. She's at her wit's end. She's with the hitman. She looks up at the waitress. Her name is Betty. That's where she gets the name Betty from when she's imagining like who she could be instead. And then anyway, she's talking to the hitman and she's like, "This is the girl," and shows a picture of Camilla's headshot. And the hitman's like, "Don't show me a picture of that here." And she's like, "Well, it's just an actress's photo. Everyone's got one, you know." And it's like she's very sort of
She's
I
like
don't know.
defensive about her clumsiness, right? Like, because
Yeah,
that's a good point, right? Is
yeah,
like he's saying like don't show me this shit here, like don't tell me
yeah,
that in public. And she kind of just goes like, she's like, what does it matter? And this is where like I think that the earlier scene of the hitman being kind of clumsy comes
Hmm.
back like a little bit is like that's her subconscious sort of telling her like you made some mistakes here. People saw you. Like people
Yeah.
saw this. And
Mhm.
yeah.
That's interesting. It's an interesting thought. So he's like, "You got the money?" She's like, "Sure do." He says, "Okay, once you hand that over to me, it's a done deal. Are you sure you want this?" And she says, "More than anything in this world." And so it's like, "Oh yeah, she's done.
She's
She's too
gone.
far gone.
Yeah.
She's gone." She says, "He says when it's finished, you'll find this where I told you," and hands a blue key that looks more like a normal house key, not the weird mythical one in the fantasy sequence, but a blue key. And she's like, "What's it open?" And he doesn't say anything. He just kind of laughs it off, right?
Yep.
And so then she looks up and she sees Eyebrows Man, the guy from the bum spooky sequence later at the counter. They make eye contact, and then the camera cuts to outside. It's kind of nighttime now, but there's a sort of red glow. We go around the corner this time, all the way around the corner, and there's the old hag bum woman. She's got like a shopping cart and a little trash can fire behind her, and she's got the blue
Paper
cube
bag.
paper
Just
bag,
huffing
and
from
then
a paper bag, and it has a blue cube in it, and she drops it on the ground.
and then what? Well, what happens when she drops it on the ground, Hugh?
Well, little mini versions of the old people from the beginning of the movie come cackling out of it and like walking in weird chipmunk
Or
scattered like
they go,
yeah. Yeah, and they're like, waving their arms around and yeah, it like
um, it's a fun detail. I don't quite know why they're so small, but it's funny. So now she's alone in her apartment, and uh-oh, she sees the blue key on her coffee table, and she has this knowing look like, uh-oh, that means the deed has been done. And then the creepy small little old people, the old couple, they come crawling under the door frame, you know,
well, there's some
and
flashing lights in the window as well.
yeah.
Which leads me to believe that like maybe the cops have figured it out, like they've tracked her down, and that they're like outside the door,
Um,
and that the weight of
but it's
all of
only
it is sort
blue
of
light. It's only blue light. It's not like red and blue lights. Okay,
yeah, yeah.
maybe there's something to that, but the way everything was kind of like doused in blue
It
and
doesn't
Silencio.
need that. It's just like the reality, the way. Really, what this is like the weight of reality, like the
Come
realization of what
crashing
she's
in.
done, kind of comes back to confront her in
The
like
blue matters, right? Because the
yeah,
same thing happens in Club Silencio,
yeah.
like where everything's doused in blue, like they're underwater. She's inside the cube now, so to speak, or what was in the cube, the truth has finally been let out. So she's in the room, there's like flashing blue lights, and then the tiny little old couple that crawled under the door frame, like the things that you thought you could keep out, found a way in, and they're kind of like cackling. And then they turn into normal sized old people, and
Mm.
they're smiling demonically and like cackling and screaming and yelling at her and chasing her, and she's screaming, and they're like, "Ah, I'm gonna get you," essentially. And so she's running away from them. Then what happens, you?
She grabs a pistol out of the bedside table, puts it in her mouth, and bam! And then some smoke fills the room, and it's over. Everything kind of calms down for a second.
Everything calms down. This giant smoke throughout the room. The old people chasing her are gone. We get a brief shot of the bum. Then we're back to like brief like reminiscence on the fantasy of her and Rita together smiling happy. Then we're back to Club Silencio, which is doused in blue, that eventually fades away back to an empty stage with the red curtains. And we cut to the woman
With the
in the
blue hair
balcony, the
in the
blue
balcony.
hair, and she says,
Silencio.
and thus ends the movie. Now, a couple things to talk about here, wrapping things up. Um, the old people coming in. So obviously, the full weight of what she did finally, she tried to keep it away, but she can't. It comes in anyway, and it comes to like cackle and scream in her face in the form of this old couple who in the fantasy were just like, "Oh, we love you. You're the best. You're so nice. I hope like all the best things for you. Can't wait to see when you're famous one day." That old couple that she traveled with and talked
It's
with,
that
and
one is almost like, the humiliation or the mockingness, right? It's just like, oh, aren't you
yeah,
gonna? Isn't it gonna be so great when you're famous? Ha 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 ha!
yeah.
Like that kind of thing
There's
is
something
what's
sort
going
of
down.
mocking. There's something sort of like her conscience, like finally just sort of confronting her, and it's so much that because there's perhaps a tone of mockery there. There's perhaps a tone of like now it's just like right in your face. Like this is the weight of what she did right in her face, and the flashing lights and them screaming and cackling. It's just too much for her.
Yeah,
She
when the
can't handle it.
blue is the important color for that, right? Because the
Yeah.
reason that the key is blue, and then the reason that the box opening kind of sets us off into the third act is because the key opens the box. The box is like the knowledge of what happened, right? And as long
Yes.
as it's closed, she can kind of live in the fantasy and pretend to, like pretend to have got away with it, pretend to be somebody that she's not. But when it's opened, finally, after the Club Silencio scene where like her subconscious really just kind of is in her face, like this is not real. You are making this up. It is a recording. This is a tape, and this is not reality. You have to like it's kind of just like dumping the cold water on her. As soon as that opens, that's that's when everything deteriorates and she kind of like loses her mind, right?
Yeah.
So most of the movie, you could argue almost, is like a fantasy that she had while rubbing one out violently on her couch. Um, and I'm okay
You
with that.
could. Yes. So, and then of course, the full weight of everything that she did and everything she tried to hide from and everything about herself that she can't incorporate, everything about what she did that she can't forgive
Yeah,
herself for,
it's who she
overwhelms
wanted to
her.
be, who she thought she could be, right? Like
Yeah.
coming
And
back in a way.
that she killed the person that she was in love with and infatuated with because she achieved what she couldn't, and but because like she couldn't reciprocate the love that she felt she deserved or was entitled to and all that sort of stuff, and that she like took this ideal and destroyed it out of envy is just like the ultimate crime. And then she can't face herself for what she did, and so she kills herself. Thus endeth the movie. The last thing, the last word of the movie, one of the more pivotal sequences in the movie involves Club Silencio. What does the word silence mean to you in regards to this movie? That's one of the few
Yeah.
things that I don't know if I have a good answer for.
Yeah, that one. So I think what
It,
it is like she has. Okay, I think what it is basically that her conscience has been eased, right? Or not eased, but silenced, right?
Mhm.
But not in a it's not like a positive thing. It's not a like this is not a redemptive story the way Crime and Punishment ends up being by the end. This is,
Yeah.
like silence like silence has happened, but it's not a positive necessarily thing. It doesn't end up with a resolution that's comfortable, but it is
Yeah.
quiet. And
Yeah, so it's like
yeah,
after, everything is finally quiet now, kind of thing, in a tragic, fucked up sense,
yeah,
you know? She shut those voices up. That's for sure. Like, she tried to silence it, and then you know what I mean. But yeah, I think that makes some sense. I
yeah.
like that. Kyle R says TLDR: Canadian lesbian fumbles big titty Latina girlfriend cannot coom and commits suicide. Yeah, that's the short
That's
version.
that's the short version of the movie. Like, yeah,
Someone, yeah, is deluding themselves with the fantasy of what they could have been and why they weren't successful because they're clearly perfect and amazing. But when in reality, they're a sort of embittered, jealous, resentful person who, when the person they
who's
love,
willing to pay all the like everything they have to, like to kill the person who slighted them, you know.
well, the person who achieved what they couldn't, and the person who didn't like this,
Yeah.
who didn't reciprocate what, it's almost like she kills the ideal. Like she kills what she hoped to be because that someone else got it and she didn't. And that's so deeply upsetting to her. She's like, well, you know, this is what she wants more than anything in the world. That's what she says.
Yeah.
And so it's like she allows herself to become so embittered and resentful and all that sort of stuff that she kills over it. And then the full weight of that overwhelms her and she can't handle it. She can't cope. Can't come to terms
Wasserman
with it.
says that she thought hiring the hitman was part of the fantasy. Her hiring someone is so unrealistic. I'm curious why you think that, because I don't follow why that would be unrealistic.
I think in terms of her trying to kill Camilla, it makes more sense for her to hire someone else to do it than for her to do it herself. I think that seems to be more in keeping with her character as we've seen her.
Yeah,
She wouldn't want like, it's much easier to sort of delude herself when she hasn't actually done it herself. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like that would have been much more difficult to do. And also if we are interpreting the film as she didn't actually hire a hitman to kill Camilla, then what exactly is the point of all this? You know what I mean? Like, what is she beating herself up
I don't think
for?
it's really possible
I don't
to
think so
to
either.
interpret it as that she didn't actually hire a hitman, because like he felt it was important enough to include a scene of her hiring a hitman later on outside of
Mhm.
the like after the
Yeah,
point where she wakes up, right? Like
yeah.
where the cowboy wakes her out of the dream.
Yeah, but if she didn't contribute to the death of Camilla, then what exactly is she like hiding from and torturing herself for?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I don't know. That feels very much like that actually happened.
Yeah, I mean, like, and I feel like I've done a lot. So I used to do transcription for 48-hour mysteries on CBS. And I feel like I've done a lot of stories where like jealous lovers hire hit people rather than like, or attempt to hire hit people, hitmen. I guess like there's not very many hit women out there. I should, but they attempt to hire hit they thems to get rid of their ex lovers because they feel like for some reason that's not as bad as doing it themselves.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
Not hard to see how someone could convince themselves of that. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, that is Mulholland Drive in a nutshell. I think it's a very interesting movie, very unique. There's really nothing like it.
Yeah, there's not yeah. It's a very singular film. Maybe not the best of the 21st century, but one of my
I
favorites,
wouldn't.
I would say.
Yeah,
I really like it.
I liked it. I liked it more this time than I did in previous. The last time I watched it, I think it's good. I think it's certainly an odd experience to watch. It's like, okay, I think the story was a lot more coherent to me this time, except for the couple little scenes that we both struggled to find a place for in the
Yeah.
logical interpretation, the framework we were using. I think that framework makes a lot of sense out of the movie, and there's a lot of meaning to be found when looking at it that way. Um, all that said, it's not like the most compelling story to me. It's pretty good. It's good. I just, when compared to something like, see, one of the reasons I think I prefer Blue Velvet is Blue Velvet doesn't pull the rug out from under you. Like all the weird stuff is all actually happening in the logic of the story. This is
I get that.
probably
Yeah.
Mulholland Drive is probably the best. Hmm. It's like this or Fight Club for me in terms of movies where a lot of what you see isn't actually happening that way, that I still actually like, because that's a
Yeah.
trope it's very hard to do well. Very hard to do well because what you come when it's done poorly, you're just like, none of that was important. That was all a waste of time. That was all a misdirect, and none of that mattered. However, when it comes to something like Mulholland Drive, it's like, no, all of that, it wasn't really happening, but it's actually what it was saying. The fact that it wasn't real is actually deeply meaningful as it maps onto what really happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's not a waste of time. It can be a little frustrating the first half of the movie when you have no idea like how these things all interconnect. you know, and you're just like, what the fuck am I watching, dude? But by the end, there's a connection between all of it, and I would say it's probably close to the height that that kind of story can achieve for me.
Yeah,
Of
this
the like
is
most of what you saw wasn't real type of movie.
so this is one of the things that David Lynch says in that interview. It was a film about the mind tricking itself in order to save itself from having to deal with the undealable. The mind is such a friend to us when it shuts off certain things, but there's a price to pay for shutting it off. It can fester. How big the mind is, we do not know. It's a beautiful place, but it can also be pitch dark. Some ideas come into my mind that make me crazy. I don't know where they come from, and I don't know what purpose they serve. Um, so I think that
Yeah,
that's
that sounds about right. I'm
yeah.
surprised he said so much about the movie.
Technically, he's talking about how Lost Highway is more about that theme, and then he
Hmm.
goes into that. But I think that he's like, it happened in Mulholland Drive out of left field in a way, and I think that's mostly because he kind of just went into a dark room and sort of like meditated on it and came out with what it was. But I think that he, in speaking about it that way, kind of summarizes perfectly what the movie's about and
Yeah,
what he's interested in this situation.
sure.
And like that, I mean, it's his version of Crime and Punishment. Really, it's a lesbian Crime and Punishment, and I think it's great. I love
Yeah,
it.
yeah, it's good. I like it. I'm glad we watched it again, and I was happy to talk about it. Thank you so much for joining us in the chat and for contributing super chats. Those of you who did, we certainly appreciate it. That's about all I have to say about Mulholland Drive. Someday, I'd like to talk about Blue Velvet too. That's another
Yeah,
good one. And I've also we've had requests. Can't remember if it was in the chat or on Twitter. Someone says, "Oh, you should talk about Lost Highway," and I've actually not seen Lost Highway, so that
I can't
is
wait to talk about Lost Highway. I like that movie too.
sweet. That can be one to do eventually as well. Do we know for certain what we're going to talk about next week? Do we know that? Can we announce that, or should we
We
just say
do we know what we're doing next week?
we haven't talked about it? But do you want to do Cinderella?
We can do Cinderella. We could do a Cinderella, and we could talk about Gunman's Walk briefly if you want to do
You
that.
know what? It's we talked about doing Gunman's Walk. I don't know if if a double feature of Cinderella and Gunman's Walk makes any sense at all. But
We
you
could
know,
also maybe do a double feature of Cinderella and Alice in Wonderland if you want to do a
let's
twofer
do
on the
that.
Disney project. All right, let's
Let's
do
do
that.
that. We're gonna do that. That'll be what we do next Sunday. We're gonna continue the arc where we watch and discuss all the 2D animated theatrically released Disney films, Disney feature films. So next on the list is Cinderella and Alice in Wonderland. So we're going to talk about both of those double feature extraordinaire next Sunday. Thank you very much for joining us and contributing all the fine contributions in the chat. We appreciate it. So, yeah, that's about it. That's all
All
I
right,
have.
yeah.
Anything left? Anything left you want to say, Hubert?
I'm glad I got to talk about this. I'm glad I got to revisit it. I'm glad I got to talk about it. I love this movie. It's a lot of fun.
Hell yeah. All right.
Man.
Well, thanks for joining us again, and we'll see you next Sunday for some Disney goodness, classic Disney goodness. So